Ted's on it. Ted's moving the camera.
Well, they're back here by 1940. That's 740 and old money.
How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Welcome. And do you know what? There's hardly any wind at the moment. And you can't hear the startups. We were very surprised to hear Taxi via Sierra. Welcome to the 48 Fighter Wing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to the one and only RAF Lakenheath. And it's surprisingly warm up here for once. It's actually warm up here. I don't understand what's going on. Here we go. Now, let's see what they're going to do. Could be the taxiing. Welcome to RAF Lakenheath, home of the United States Air Forces in Europe, 48 Fighter Wing, the only wing with a name. That's right, you better believe it, the Statue of Liberty Wing, or in French, Statue de la Liberté. And that's all because in 1952, 15th of Jan, the 48th Fighter Wing was activated at Chaumont Air Base in France, near Paris in the Chaumont-Saumurtier region, where the Statue of Liberty was designed and built by Bartholdi, his workshop nearby. So just oh, here we go, may get the hot taxi in. It's Hot Taxi Friday, here we go. Going to give you a look at this. Look at this. This is a special day for the 494th Fighter Squadron, the Panthers. It's Hot Taxi Friday. Wouldn't you just want to have a go on that? Look at this. Oh yeah. The full F-15 experience in the back seat, even with car alarms. What a lovely thing to do on a Friday, to bring your partner, husband or wife, after all the work that they do and what they do, a chance to experience a back seat experience in an F-15E Strike Eagle. Wow. That was pretty cool, wasn't it?
Yes, please. I want to.
Yeah. And if 48 Fighter Wing, if tickets are being sold for this kind of event, just kidding.
Charity.
Yeah. Charity. Oh yeah. Imagine that. There we go. So a good start to the morning.
So presumably they'll come round again with.
Yeah, that makes sense why the Pappy lights have been turned off. Because we're right. Yeah. Okay, what a lovely start to the morning, a sunny day as well. It gives me a chance to give you a bit of history later on as well, because I think the F-35s will probably start a bit later, but we'll see. And interestingly, I didn't really hear, I don't think anyone heard any startups, so I certainly didn't hear any. No.
No howling. So.
No. Must be the wind really.
Or they just didn't
put it on full.
Wind them up.
Yeah, unusual that. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Welcome to RAF Lakenheath. Like I said, home of the 48 Fighter Wing, which actually became its own wing in 1952. Of course, started life 15th of Jan 1941 as the 48th Fighter Bomb Group.
They all know we're listening.
Back in the days, just before the start. The operations in
kind of like a lot of
in Britain and the rest of the world, when the United States Army Air Force
mine does too.
changed the outcome of history, no doubt, with their efforts. Many men, many brave men, as young as 19, and most of them lying about their age just to get in or to look cool. Probably actually not far from the realism, to look more superior. As even the likes of the story of the Charlie Brown with Ye Old Pub, even he added a few years onto himself, and yet we live in an age where we try to do the opposite. But amazing that thought and bravery, absolutely brilliant. How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? It's a lovely sunny day here finally. It wasn't like this a few hours ago. It was -2 and everything was a little bit frosty up here. And today I've actually got an original piece of Wellington bomber, part of the Ted, how you doing, mate? You good? Ted's loving life here. Big shout out to all our friends of the 48 Fighter Wing. All rolls, how we all doing? Hope we're all good. All the squadrons, how we doing? Rapcon, communications, squadrons, maintenance, fighter generation, the rooms without windows, the 48th medical, how we doing? Hope we're all good. Wing safety, LE desk, how you all doing? SF, all the SF and the OSI, keeping things safe and secure on this lovely day here in the viewing area at RAF Lakenheath. Hope we're all good. And just a quick housekeeping rules again. If you are planning to come to the to any, you can use these general rules. Don't forget to park legally and safely, please, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Always bring a bag so you can put your rubbish in. There are bins provided here, but not everywhere you go have them. And we always say bring your own bag anyway, because if you put like a tissue in one of the bins provided, the wind can then blow your rubbish back out again, so it defeats the object. So we always recommend our housekeeping rules. If you're bringing ladders, please don't lean them on the fence because it does damage it. Please don't climb the fence or jump over the fence in any way. That will get you in a lot of trouble. There are barbed wire, so if you're going to lean your ladders on the fence, one, it will cause damage, and two, if you were to fall off, the first thing you're going to do is reach out to try and get your balance. But fingers, hands and barbed wire don't really go well at all, so please look after yourself in that respect. There is plenty of parking in the viewing area, but there's also parking outside as well on the leading up to the road to it. But there is a couple of there is an access gate by the burger van. Big shout out to Dave, keeping everyone fed. Breakfast, brunch and lunch, lovely tea and coffee or hot chocolate. But yeah, there is a gate. Please don't block that. There are signs, but please, under no circumstances, you block the gate. And of course, just to the right of that is a road that needs to be accessible 24 hours a day, 365. It's there are residents that live further down and access to a church, and of course, leads onto a public footpath as well. So please don't block that in any way. And crash gates, they are dotted about here. Not as much as far as vantage points are concerned, but Under no circumstances should you come across one do you park your car and block it. So no parking at the crash gates, please, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Enjoy, have fun, and have a good time, and respect the base. And if you are taking photos as well, no close-ups of the personnel or anything like that. Just enjoy the aircraft and have a bit of fun. Welcome to RAF Lakenheath. Again, for those that don't know the history, it was an RAF base, hence the name. It was a United States Air Force base in 1948, but a lot of history between the gap when it was built in 1940 and 1948, and of course from 1948 has served the United States Air Force right up to modern day today. The 48th, however, didn't arrive here until 1960 with their F-100D Super Sabres, but we'll talk about that a little bit further on. So what they're doing is hot taxiing. Again, that needs clearance. The puppy lights are switched off, and yeah, I guess why is because the runway is not going to be in use while they're doing the hot taxiing. Again, safety measures put in place for that. There's already been a sweep of the runway. Interestingly, the way the wind is at the moment, you can't actually, well, we couldn't hear the startups today. We just heard taxi via Sierra, and we're like, oh, okay, they're taxiing. And it's our last show, our full show of the week, because next week we are on holiday. We will get you a stream on Monday and Tuesday, but Tuesday will be just a mini stream, just to say our goodbyes and hopefully catch a couple of movements while we're there. My name's Nick Hoss, I'm your cameraman and commentator. How we doing? Hope we're good. Actually, let's see if I can So here we go. Yesterday I couldn't really show you it very well, but here we are, my generic Rolls-Royce TED engine, or Pratt & Whitney TED engine. Pretty cool, eh? Look at this. There we go. I hope you can see that on your screens there. This is just a generic jet engine that I was going to show you, which is a pretty good example actually. So, you know, we're all familiar with birds, the way they flap their wings, and that, my friends, is called thrust. And when you've got your power to move forward, that is thrust. So this is a generic engine. It's nothing specific like an EJ200 or a Pratt & Whitney F100 229 that's featured on these F-15E Strike Eagles, but this gives you an idea of actually what happens on a jet engine. Okay, so what we're going to do, if I just move a little bit this way a little bit, so here we go. So again, the same principles apply. You're going to get your low pressure, you've got your fan at the beginning, got your low pressure compression. We'll talk about that, and I'm going to keep it simple. I don't expect you to have a PhD in physics or anything like that, or how or maths or anything like that, and how all this works. I like to keep it very, very simple. And what makes this different to like a Boeing 747, for example? Well, you can kind of get a bit of the 747. It's not necessarily specific to a fighter jet. What makes this different is, of course, the afterburner, which happens over here. All right, but we'll talk about that, because if you took this out of the equation, this would be just a regular gas turbine, a jet engine. All right, so the things, even in your car, it needs three things. You need air, like oxygen, you need the fuel, and something to ignite it. It's that makes your engine of your car tick over. You've also got turbines. If you don't know what that is, it's a bit like your turbo if you haven't got one in your car. Example, similar to the jet engine, but not quite, because the problem we've got here, we need to compress the air. Now, the thing is, you can only get so much air, okay, and it relies on a very good mixture. The perfect recipe for a perfect thrust is the right mixture of air and fuel. And then all you've got to do is ignite it. Right, so what happens here? Well, the air intake, which is going to be right over here, all right, so you've got that air going into your jet engine, which is met by this huge fan. All right, you'll see this actually on the front of a big commercial airliner. Yeah, even got the little spiral thingy. I don't know what it's called, but the little spinner, which is about here, like a little detail, right? So, first of all, you need the air, okay? Now, the thing is, we've got to keep this economical as well at the same time. It is quite an efficient aircraft, the fighter jet concept, because it uses the air. But the thing is, you can only get so much air. So how do you get a lot of air that you haven't got? The answer is to compress it, which is why when it goes into the compressor, it gets smaller and smaller. So let's talk about what happens here. So I want you to imagine the 1 bar pressure on when you're pumping your tires. I mean, air right now, let's say it's just 1 bar, all right, for example. So it's going in, and you've got these blades. These are on the actual compressors. You've also got stator blades and rotary blades. Some spin, some don't when you go inside. I'm not going to go too much into detail about that, but the purpose of the ones that don't move is to actually flow and direct the air. All right, now I want you to imagine if you're blowing a balloon, you're creating a lot of pressure in that balloon until it explodes. So without going too complicated, you've got your air, which is met by what I've got here is a 3-stage compressor system here. All right, 3-stage low pressure compressor. All right, so it's not going to be very high pressure at the moment, but we're going to try and start to compress the air, which is why it gets smaller and smaller and more narrower. You're squeezing the air. So when you've passed your low pressure compressor, you then go into the high pressure. That's really squeezing it. For example, the air on an EJ200 engine is compressed 26 times, and I think on the Pratt & Whitney F229 it's compressed to about 36 times. That's if it was 1 bar, it's now 36 bar. And what you've done here, you've actually got more mass, but you've still got the same air. It's just you've compressed it. It's going to start to get very hot here, because if you imagine if you're pumping your tires on your bike or your football, it starts to get hot, doesn't it? Well, that's what happens with air. Now, the air that you started off is now compressed to 26 times or 32 times or 36 times, depending on the type of engine you've got. So we've got air that's actually 36 times pressurized. It's very good to mix with. And so even though we had the same amount of air in the beginning, we've now got that air 36 times that it was. Now, when it goes here, this is the hot section. This is the combustion stage. So we've got the oxygen, we've compressed it. It now gets mixed in beautifully by these spray nozzles, which spray and mix in. Now, they're beautifully spread out because you want to be able to mix that fuel nicely. It's like when you're making, I don't know, a specific recipe and you've got to pour some melted butter in there. You want to keep it nice and even flow. Well, to do that kind of thing, they've actually got these little spray nozzles. You can have them up to about 20 different spaced out beautifully spray nozzles. Now this gets mixed in with your air that you've just compressed That's impressive, because now that's really combustible, that air. That's going to explode nicely. Like I said, very economical, because the air that you started off here is now 36 times than what it was. Mixed in with the fuel, all you need now is a spark plug. Bang! This is what's going to blow it up. This is going to create thrust, and with that kinetic energy, you then get to meet a high and a low pressure turbine. Now, as these spin round off the kinetic energy from the explosion that's going on, this actually spins the shafts, spinning, so the low pressure turbine will power the low pressure compressor, the high pressure compressor turbine will power the high pressure compressor. Kind of like the chicken or the egg, which one came first? Well, that relies on that to do that. So that is where your standard jet engine would work, all right? So this moves the aircraft forward. That's called thrust. I know what you're thinking. What about afterburner? The thing is, with afterburner, it's not that efficient. Why? Because you haven't got that beautiful efficient mixture of your compressed air. Remember, we've just compressed it depending on the engine. Say, for example, it was a EJ200 off a Eurofighter Typhoon. You've squeezed it 26 times. The problem with afterburner, you haven't got that. You're now just pumping in a different mixture. You've got fuel here, all right, but you haven't got that reliable, efficient mixture of that air that you've just compressed. It's just got the energy and the air that's here, which is why it uses so much fuel, but it gives you a lot of thrust. EJ200 engine gives you about 30% more power. All right, for us fans, we love it. And that's what makes this different, okay? So I hope you got that. So you got the air, you've squeezed it to make it even more, to make it as though you got more air than what you had. It's very combustible, because it's like blowing up a balloon to its limits. You mix it with fuel, you ignite it, bang. This starts giving you thrust, but also turns the turbines and then spins these rounds. And then if you want a bit more power, let's bleed in some fuel without your happy mixture of air, because it's not going to be efficient, but hey, it certainly gives you more power. There you go, that's the basics on the jet engine and how it works. Like I said, without that afterburner, it would be a standard engine, or a jet engine, for example. But that's, again, that's not based on a specific engine. It's just a jet engine, generic. It could be a Rolls-Royce or Pratt & Whitney Tedgin. With Ted burner, or Ted's afterburner on that. There you go, I hope that made sense anyway. I tried to keep it simple. I've added a few bits of extras on there. There's a few pipes that don't really mean anything, it just looked good. There we go.
Oi, Nikos.
Oi, how you doing? All right?
All right, mate.
Good times, good times.
Enjoy Waddington?
Yes, it was good, thank you.
Yeah.
How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and enjoying the show. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. So we've got a bit of a wait at the moment, I think, which is fine. That's fine. It gets me to give you a bit of the history that I never got to talk to you about either as well here. So maybe get a bit of a gap between movements today, but that's fine. Do you know what? It's nice and sunny. It's what it's all about. There's a burger van there to get refreshments. I've got plenty of tea and drinks to keep me going and flowing. Just enjoy the day. It's a splendid day.
It's Friday.
Payday. It's a double whammy. Do you?
Do you find that pain in the arse though, Bill? Can you opt to go, mother?
There we go. So there you go. That's any questions about the engine, just let me know. So we've got two aircraft that are based here between the 4 squadrons. So the 4 squadrons are as follows. We've got the 490 2nd Fighter Squadron, known as the Mad Hatters, locally known as the Bowlers as well. They've got 2 nicknames here, and they fly the F-15E Strike Eagle. And again, that's the engine of the Pratt & Whitney's F-100 229s, by the way. And then we got the 493rd Fighter Squadron, the Grim Reapers, a squadron that's had over, I think, around 20 different types of aircraft during their history as well. They fly the F-35A, and they were the last to arrive here with the F-35A. Of course, they retired their F-15C and Ds just a few years ago in I think it was 2022, and of course they had their F-35A arrivals as well, so they kind of deactivated just for a very short period of time. Next up, the squadron that we've just seen, the 494 Fighter Squadron, the Panthers. Again, they fly the F-15E Strike Eagle. And last but not least, after 30 years, have been deactivated with a different nickname. The last aircraft they operated was in 1977. They were known as the Thunderbolts. They were the 495th Tactical Fighter Squadron then. And their colours green, although they're now called the Valkyries. They arrived in December 2021 with the F-35A, making the squadron made Lakenheath the very first wing to operate the F-35A of the United States Air Force in Europe. Very, very cool. The F-35 is powered by the Pratt & Whitney F-135. Well, it's the F-135 PW100. That is on the F-35A and the C. The B model is actually the F-135 PW600 version. It's the larger of the 2 variants because they've added the Rolls-Royce's lift system with that.
Well, you know why? I've got a huge credit card bill. The end of January is the most depressing time of the year, apparently.
Stu Footer, how you doing? Captain Jerry Donnelly, how you doing? Wibbs, Andrew C, Alex Raven. Elizabeth LeBourne, how you doing? Angela Farley, MC Airsoft, Simon Watchorn, Margot Baxter, Graham Dicker, how you doing? Angela Farley, Elizabeth LeBourne, how you doing? Davey, what's going on? How you doing? What up, everyone?
He always goes, well, look, your brother-in-law
Hope everyone is all good. Angela Farley, Alex Raven, Davey, good to see you on here. Adrian Anderson, Lorraine. How's the weather in Orkney at the moment? Hope it's all good.
Air Razor.
Are you alright, buddy? How's it going? Alright?
Nice day.
Good.
Enjoy Waddington.
Yeah, it was great, thank you.
Good.
Yeah, it was all good.
We'll see some action, won't we, today?
Oh, yeah.
So you'll be able to see it tonight.
Oh, yes. Enjoy it.
Is that a promise there's going to be action today, Nico?
There's never a promise. You just turn up and enjoy.
Apparently this was partners in the back, just to give them a spin.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, someone just told me that.
Was that what it was?
I guess it was. I guess it was.
Oh, what?
I saw a post somewhere about it. Spouses, apparently.
You've seen that, haven't you? Coningsby.
Your
When you
troops
get home,
lights are on at the other end.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah.
be able to do
Because
it.
there is wind that's going to change, so it makes sense just to do it now, I guess. It's not that strong, the wind, so that'll be good. I think I just heard a slight...
Control this. Okay.
slight start up there. It's very strange with the wind.
You've got good hearing.
Up here it's different. Down there it's different to up here. Welcome to RAF Lakenheath, ladies and teddy bears. Hope we're all good. Gives me a chance to give you a bit of history with the area, yet alone the base. How we doing? Oh, buddy. Oh yeah, how we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. And my name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. Of course, we got our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, as well. And look at this, it's sunny. I know, blue skies, which I've put in. Amazing, isn't it? Absolutely, absolutely great with that. But how are we doing? So yeah, for those that don't know, there you go. Yeah, more startups. So how good is that? What I'll do, I'm going to break the history up a little bit. I'm going to break it into the history of the place right up to 1948. and then we'll talk about the 48th. Interestingly, never realised that the numbers there had a bit of a play on that, but yeah, looking forward to it. So looking good on that in that respect. But the history of the base does go back, as in when it was constructed, but the actual area and the vicinity is quite mind-boggling. In fact, it goes, I think I found some history dating back to about 8,000 years, and then what's really good as well, that I found some stories, true stories of airmen, one named Middleton, VC, Ron Middleton, who was awarded the Victoria Cross posthumously for his bravery to sacrifice himself, but to save his crew as well. Men perished, which wasn't for his bravery. They would have all lost their lives as well. The history that I found, and tying in with the book I've been reading about also why choose here, it's really fascinating, and I've been trying to sew them all together. And you've got a place that's enriched in history. We're talking about 8,000 years ago, the history, believe it or not. Absolutely amazing. There is a natural spring that's in the base. Its location, if you want to know, is actually where the old ATC tower was. It's actually the opposite end of where today's air traffic control tower is. So natural springs. So when I was studying a lot of the prehistoric monuments and places like stone circles and actual prehistoric and Bronze Age settlements, they relied on one thing: water, a water supply. And there was one here, which kind of makes sense when I start to think about the Norman period and the Anglo-Saxon period as well. So there's a water supply, which means a good place to settle. So we won't go too much into detail, but there was the Anglo-Saxon. There was the there was the Anglo-Saxons that settled here, and there's the whole this vicinity has an enriched thrive in the Anglo-Saxon period. In fact, there is a sign here. We are actually this car park is actually built on a medieval earthworks during the same time of when they carried out some excavations. So there's been a lot of that through the history. In fact, in 1959, a lady named Lady Briscoe, if you're not familiar with that name, she founded Mildenhall's museum, not the base, but the actual museum itself. She did some excavations found human remains dating back to the Anglo-Saxon period, so 5th, 6th century. And you can see, especially up here, you can see remnants of some of the earthworks, and these are burials. These are called like round barrows. There are different styles of them, but they usually contain a burial for one. So that was with the support of the Suffolk County Council Archaeological Museum. Now, it took another sort of 40 years or so to get things a bit done a lot more to a vaster scale. So when you're driving into the base heading northbound, when you pass the main gate, just before that, you would have seen some houses that, okay, they're like late 90s, 2000 build, okay? Before that was built, before that area, and even the baseball stadium, they were going to do all the groundworks for it, which made sense and the right time to do some excavations. So they did just that because they believed, especially with Lady Briscoe's excavations, they believed that there was going to be possibly more. In fact, they found, just in the athletic stadium alone, I think they found over 200 burials in there. In total, when they did that, before the new dormitories were built, they found a total of 427 individual graves. 6 were found with men with swords, 2 of them with horses, which we'll talk about. 1 man was buried with a quiver of arrows. There were a total of 96 females amongst that 427 graves. They found over 2,500 glass beads. They found jewellery. They found arrowheads. They found all sorts of things, which is pretty cool because it kind of gives you an idea who they interacted with. But anyway, we're getting there. So when the Normans came over here in the Norman conquest as well, now they brought with them lots of rabbits. Now this is why it's possibly called Lakenheath Warren here. So we're kind of going into almost modern times, but before we do, we'll just stop off and say hello to the Normans, because they were here as well. They brought with them rabbits for food and for wets. If you're a vegan, I'm really sorry what I'm about to say, but it does tie in with a bit of a saying which you may be aware of, is mad as a hatter, which suits us down to the ground. I believe there was a hat company, either in Thetford or Brandon, which is just behind me. With all the rabbits, they had Lakenheath Warren, there was Eriswell Lodge, which is just over there. There was lots of like lovely mansions that were built here. But they used the rabbit felt, sorry vegans, to make hats. All right, they actually bonded the rabbit felt on the hats as well. But the thing is, when they bonded it, they were using mercury, and when you wear mercury, it seeps into your bloodstream, and when mercury gets into your bloodstream, this is where the saying mad as a hatter came into it, which actually suits one of the squadrons here down to the ground, because they're called the Mad Hatters. The reason why they're called the bowlers is because they wear the traditional hat that's worn in the country that they're operating from, the bowlers. They have spelt it differently, and I believe it's to do with the amount of letters in the call sign, but it's spelt B-O-L-A-R-S, but it is the bowler hat, which I have one. I will wear it, should you give me a like and subscribe. So, as we move on, 18th century, with all these rabbits everywhere, it made sense to have the gamekeeping and the rabbit warrens as well. So, as we move forward a little bit onto early 1900s, First World War, this whole region was used as a air weapons range. I believe there was a rifle range just further down by the roundabout at I forgot the name of it now. Barton Mills, that's it. Barton Mills. 1918, the Royal Air Force got its independence, as we spoke about yesterday. In 1934, though, again, don't forget the base still wasn't built yet, but 5.5 miles that way was RAF Mildenhall that was built, and that was built on the 16th of October. They had the Handley Page Hayfords, they had 99B Squadron there, they had 149 Squadron, and just that way, about 5.5 miles away, the backwards crow flies, between 1936 and then operating in 1937 was RAF Feltwell. Yes, it actually operated as a Royal Air Force base. They had the Handley Page Harrow, and eventually they were also going to be operating the Vickers Wellington bomber as well. In 1937, back to Mildenhall, 5 Group Bomber Command actually formed at Mildenhall, and that was in September, but for some reason, a bit of a reorganisation, they were moved in October, so just 1 month, to Lincolnshire, Ted's County at St Vincent's Hall. In 1939, the village of Lakenheath, they actually raised money for a Spitfire. I've always said that the Second World War was the People's War. It really needed their interaction and commitment and survival. It was a people's war, and they actually raised £9,000 for a Spitfire. How cool is that? And it wasn't unique to Lakenheath. This was a thing that I've discovered, that they did actually do this. So, with that in mind, in 1940, of course, we're now into the Second World War. In 1940, we're a year in, and it was decided with the 2 bases, Feltwell and Mildenhall that way, they came up with a plan. You see, I've often talked about formation flying, how tactics and things like that, and then different technology. How do you intercept another, like the V1 bomber, the V1 bomb? How do you intercept the FW190? What were the Luftwaffe thinking of the Lancaster? So on and so on. So with that in mind, they decided that, okay, you've got your anti-aircraft protection, fine, but then one bomb will deactivate your runway and operations. That would total it. So what they did was actually come up with a plan called decoy airfields. We had decoy airfields around the country. In fact, one further, we even had decoy cities and towns. We did. It was called Operation Starfish, and I'm so happy, love the hat. I'm so happy to announce that I will be visiting a Operation Starfish site. To be exact, it was a fake Bristol Temple Meads. It involved making, they used a Hollywood film studio and all the lighting effects to make it look like Bristol Temple Meads, for example. So I'm going to be going to that in October, and I'm really looking forward to that. I did all my checks, looks good to use the drone. looks good on a public footpath as well. So that's pretty cool. But decoy airfields, what was that? Again, a fake airfield. I've seen an example on a film. Of all the films, it was The Woman in Black 2. There was actually a decoy airfield, and you would have had fake Wellington bombers here. The wood was actually supplied at Eriswell, which was a village just further over there. So the plywood was actually locally sourced. You would have had a fake runway, of course. You would have had fake hangars. They would have had all sorts of lighting effects used by an officer in a bunker. There were two types of operations for the decoy airfield: a K site and a Q site. K site for daytime and Q site for nighttime. So the officer would do all the lighting effects, that kind of thing. And it's literally his mission. And if there was such a poster, which could have been true, but I found the poster that said, your job every night is to try and get bombed. If that's nothing to get you inspired to get to work, then I don't know what is. But apparently, well, actually, realistically, that was the purpose. In fact, sources that I found indicate that Lakenheath was attacked 5 times. So you could look at it as though it saved Mildenhall 5 times. How amazing. But things started to boil up, especially in 1941, as we start to get deeper and deeper. We would have just had the Battle of Britain from the 15th of September 1940. Things started to get heated up. More and more fighter stations would be built around that part of the country as well. So it was time to start getting more and more bomber command stations, which is why they a lot of them started to open and operate in 1941. Of course, with the Hayford bomber being kind of obsolete, it's a massive biplane that was a bomber. It was time to start making like the Hampden and twin engine bombers alike, such as the Vickers Wellington, which is exactly what the first aircraft was here to operate. 600 miles north is RAF, well, it could be just slightly under, about 550, is RAF Lossiemouth. Strategically, there was a perfect place to have a lot of training. There was, we were familiar with operational conversion units, OCUs. They had OTUs, operational training units. You've also will come across heavy glider conversion units and heavy conversion units. They literally are to train airmen on a particular aircraft, like what we have today. But all the way kind of left alone, way up north, is RAF Lossiemouth, which you would have heard of, which is a QRA station today. But they had Wellington bombers there, and it was a perfect place to start training crew on the Wellington bomber, for example. However, it was actually used because operationally, I believe there was Lancasters that were eventually going to operate there, but they actually carried out a lot of missions from Lossiemouth. Obviously not with the Lancaster during that time period, but with other bombers instead, because they were doing mine laying because of the North Sea. There was the effects of the U-boats. They really needed to use that place. So they moved number 20 operational training unit with their Wellington bombers over here. Ladies, gents, and teddy bears, here we go. A Wellington bomber. So this was the very first aircraft to operate at RAF Lakenheath. So it was kind of built as RAF. It was a Royal Air Force station. I know it's got the name United States. I know the United States Air Force operate it, but we'll get to that very, very shortly, if I can, without a takeoff. So there we go. So number 20 operational training unit came here with their Wellington bombers, which was good because across the road, 5.5 miles that way, is 149 Squadron and 199 Squadron operating what? That's right, the Vickers Wellington. Yes, they also operated the short Stirling bomber. Now, 149 Squadron actually came back here. Interestingly, in 1942, there was a... So, I said about the plywood supplied from Eriswell. Well, the thing is, they were a bit stuck because when the Mosquito bomber was produced, there was furniture rationing, which affected everyone, unless you were newlywed or you were bombed at your home. Just thought I'd throw that in. So, number 149 Squadron operating the Vickers Wellington bomber as well here operationally. So, Lakenheath actually became independent because at that time it was run by RAF Mildenhall. This is what you call a satellite station. So the Wellington bomber was one of the last few sort of twin engine bombers of its kind. Again, we had the Vulture, Rolls-Royce Vulture powered Avro Manchester, which eventually was upgraded with 4 engines and made into the legendary Avro Lancaster. 149 Squadron and 199 Squadron started to then be upgraded to the new 4-engine bomber, which was the short Stirling bomber, which I do have here. Again, it wasn't the Lancaster that was the first 4-engine bomber. It was actually the short Stirling bomber. had a bit of a snag. It was so long. In fact, the Lancaster ends about here. All right. In fact, I believe these are to scale. Size difference. The size difference on that, and I believe the Lancaster is not far out from that. The story goes with its 1500 horsepower engines on these Bristol Hercules engines. The story goes the wingspan should have been 120 feet, a bit longer, but the Air Ministry said no, our hangars are only we can only service around 100 feet, so please make your bomber aircraft to 100 feet because otherwise we won't accept it, which kind of makes those wings look a bit snubby. In fact, it's the same wingspan as a Lancaster. And I'm going to tell you something, you load this, only has a service ceiling height of 16,500 feet. That's not a lot. The Lancaster had way over probably double that. So wasn't really good in that respect, sadly. It was so long. It was really long, and the wings just look a little bit out of place. But hey, that's history, because you've got to start somewhere. Anyway, eventually, Waddington had a really nice Christmas present. How would you like to wake up in the morning on Christmas Eve in 1941 and receive an Avro Lancaster? I'm sure that would be nice to unravel, because that's exactly what happened, and it was 44 Squadron that unravelled that beautiful Christmas present. In fact, that Avro Lancaster was loved by Air Marshal Harris. So there we go, a little bit of history there, and I'm going to tell you a little bit of a story, if I can, just before we get some movement. I don't know if there's any aircraft down there. Thank you. Oh, this is a good time. So yeah, that's Lakenheath. They did lots of missions from here. They bombed a Fiat factory from here under command of Ron Middleton, who I said died in one of these. It was a absolutely sad story. He sacrificed himself, which I can talk to you about. But if I just finish off Lakenheath, so 1944 supply drops were made to resistance by 149 Squadron. In 1945, bomber command signals were here until eventually, at the end of the war, RAF Lakenheath closed. It was getting ready to be upgraded for B-29 bombers, and in 1948, actually in November, the arrival of the 504th base completion unit came here. In fact, eventually it was the 2nd Bombardment Group came here with the B-29s, and also the 307th Bombardment Group came here as well with the B-29s. In fact, it was a Strategic Air Command. It served throughout the Cold War as an SAC, Strategic Air Command. Now, we also had the B-47 Stratojets as well here, and the B-50s as well. Here we go, taxi time. And amazing, isn't it, that we just spoke about the Vickers Wellington bomber, a beautiful bomber. In fact, the airframe designed by Barnes Wallis. It was called a geodetic frame. Lovely framework. Looks like the mesh on this fence here. Very easy to take. It could take a lot of battle damage, but masterpiece. The legend Barnes Wallis, who designed that. Very easy to repair with battle damage. But here we go. The legendary F-15 legacy still going, even from its first flight in 1972, the F-15A. The following year, the F-15B, formerly known as the TF-15A, the trainer or the family version two-seater, took for the skies for its first flight in 1973. Glad you like that. So we could get some more hot taxiing. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool, thank you. Yeah, so hot taxiing for the 494th. Thanks, Craig. we go. Hot taxi time. Hey man, you alright, yeah?
Thanks.
Yeah, good, thank you, you good?
Yeah, you enjoyed what it was?
Oh yeah, it was good, it was cold but it was good.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Oh, it was good, it's worth it, it's worth it. Just the, you know, where it goes to the smiles it puts on people's faces, it's worth it, mate.
Yeah.
It's worth it. I always think that. See, there's someone out there that can't do it. Take it, Nick. I said, I won't be, I'll be on holiday. Yay. Yeah, you good though, yeah?
Yeah, not bad at all.
Oh,
Just lovely experience.
yeah, man.
You got some P-rings?
If I don't have one, Claire's going to taxi me. I would have to check. As soon as he's taxiing, I would double check.
I'll come back later.
God.
Just in case you can.
Oh no, I didn't fill it up, did I? Silly me. Let me just check. Hopefully I have it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'll have a quick look.
I know you're going to realise.
Yeah. And ladies, gents, teddy bears, today is the last day to avoid any delays for your orders. I'll put a little post on actually to get your orders in before Claire and I go away on a little break. We won't be able to process. You can order, the shop will be open, at least you know it's in the bag and all good. We won't be able to process them from midnight tonight. Okay, so if you can get them in, that'll be great today. If you don't worry, your order will still get will still be acknowledged. It's in the bag, but just won't get processed until we come back on the 10th of March. So I believe Claire's going to have a very, very busy day in the Ted merch shop. Keep her busy. Yes. I'll have a quick, as soon as he's done a hot taxi, I'll have a quick check. Oh, look at this. Hot taxi time. It's a splendid day today. What a lovely, lovely day it is with the sun out and guns out. Hardly any wind to cause any cold factors of what it actually is. if you just joined us, welcome to Hot Taxi Friday with the 494th. Having a family's day.
Side by side, I've never seen this before. The way they stack it up.
Cool. Well, I might actually go and get some water. I know. Water. An NT, of course. Hope you're enjoying it so far. Still got the main action later, hopefully. I'm not 100% sure, but hopefully we'll get some regular action as well to come. Something different for all you to enjoy. For you all to enjoy. That was really bad.
All sorted? Yeah, all sorted.
To be fair, there's no way there.
It's keeping the car warm, like.
That's a small set.
Steam out the windows, I don't want anybody thinking, otherwise I will see. It's funny every time.
That was 2 seconds.
Have a half a drink tonight.
Yeah, I'll have half a pint of weak lager right here. Yeah. I'll have half a Foster's, mate. Just get out of that freak.
I know.
Oh, to get the Sea Eagles.
How you doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. And we've just seen a nice variety of hot taxiing. It's taxiing with the afterburners on, and just a couple of seconds. Just turn off the thrust and release the air brake. Beautiful, nice experience there.
Cut a hole in the roof of the Land Rover back.
It used to get constantly over shot.
And thanks everyone who's getting their orders in. Thank you very much.
Force Hill, the surplus guys, you've got some French in the trees. What's that? Really didn't. Oh, that was. We've got the cash on.
They complain about it. And it's like, we've got the lower cost, the lower wages,
And of course, if you are ordering today, don't forget to use your discount code. As a member, you do get a discount on all our merchandise.
Yeah, I remember that. I'll tell you what me and my buddy used to do. I don't know if you still got this stuff there called rock and roll.
Big, because it's an American flex.
Really? Yeah, we used to buy those.
These are big, great.
So he's got another player. I'm from California.
Yeah.
I've got a rain tower. Gave him 6 days to you've got put on rock.
Because I thought it was his Europe, but I don't know if I think that's maybe European.
Oh, Davey Finn Tinkles, that did make me laugh. That's funny. Nice. Margot, how you doing? Ange Baker, Davey Wibbs. How you all doing? Chris Bloxham, Andrew Farley, Mojave BNSF, how you doing? How you doing, man? Good to see you on here. Good to see everyone on here, all our regulars. Chris White, Wibbs, Doncaster Lass, Lorraine, Alex Raven, Dr. Soda, how you going? Hope we're all good and well. Susan Kelly, Matt Garner. Hope everyone is well. So just waiting patiently now for the regular movements, which I hope we'll get to see a little bit later on.
Well, there's a rental pitch around the corner. It's like 55 or something. But it's like all the old now. It's like the CRV. Imagine buying a CRV.
What a lovely day it is today.
Went to America, I know, yeah.
When they come over here, they can't get you to stick shift.
They're probably looking at automatics on eBay, like, you probably want to fucking... There's a few automatic.
You see them powers over there? The silver ones.
So yeah, ladies, gents, teddy bears, just one more bit of history for you before we go on to the 48th and their history as well. Just want to talk about this beautiful short Sterling bomber that was serving here as well, and just want to talk about a particular mission which the Bravery was awarded a Victoria Cross, and it actually was a short Sterling bomber that actually took off from here. Now, under the man who was born in New South Wales in Australia on the 22nd of July 1916. The airman was Ron Middleton, who actually served with 149 Squadron and served here at RAF Lakenheath, ladies, gents and teddy bears. And for his actions, he was awarded the Victoria Cross. He was enlisted in the Royal Australian Air Force on the 14th of October 1940 and trained as a pilot in the Empire Air Training Scheme. He undertook the initial flying training at number 5 Elementary Flying Training School at Narromine and advanced training in Canada. And in February 1942, he joined 149 Squadron of the Royal Air Force here at, I believe it could have been at Mildenhall. And then when they started to operate at Lakenheath, then of course he was flying as a second pilot on the short Sterling bomber until the day of the 28th of November 1942. So Ron Middleton was the captain of short Sterling. This isn't the exact one with the markings, but it was Bravo Foxtrot 372, and the mission was to raid the Fiat Aircraft Works at Turin. It was his 29th combat sortie, and if you're familiar with combat sorties, during that time period 30 sorties would complete, so he would have been one short of his 30 to complete a tour, and would have been a mandatory rotation of combat operations. So this could have been his final moment to have a rest from the tour, but Middleton and his crew took off from RAF Lakenheath, and once they encountered a bit of a rough ride over the Alps and heading for Turin, and due to the low combat ceiling of the bombed up and fueled up Sterling, don't forget the ceiling height on one of these fueled up and bombed up was around 16,500 feet, which is not a lot really, and the lift, as we've mentioned about the stubby wings, really they weren't stubby, they're the same size as a Lancaster, for example, but just the sheer length and size of it made it very difficult to get that lift on a full load. So with the weather being absolutely abysmal on the day and over the target area, this is really unheard of. It was that press on, that must push on sort of valour that these men had. In fact, it is quite rare for a bomber to actually circle round and do 3 low-level sort of approaches on the target before actually releasing the bombs, because the cloud was that bad. They were getting attacked. Flak was the anti-aircraft fire was becoming a bit of a problem, and Ron was actually struck. So over the target area, he had to do 3 low-level passes in order to actually positively identify the target. And on the 3rd, the aircraft was finally hit by heavy anti-aircraft fire, which wounded both pilots and the wireless operator. Now, if you're squeamish, please just block your ears for a moment. But Middleton suffered horrendous, grievous wounds, shrapnel wounds to his arms, legs, body, and having his right eye torn out of his socket, and his jaw was shattered as well. We're talking about severe anti-aircraft fire. In fact, Ron Middleton lost consciousness, went into a dive. He actually passed out, and I'm not surprised with those horrendous wounds that he had. So with one eye just snapping out of consciousness, his second pilot as well wounded, who was also just managing to regain control, and they were 800 feet before their end, but they did manage to drop their bombs before receiving first aid from the other crew. Now, Middleton finally regained consciousness in that time to help recover the stricken bomber. He must have been, I can't imagine what that pain is going to be like. That's got to be horrendous. And you know, the blood loss as well, and all over his body. He could not breathe properly either. He must have known that his chances of survival were probably 0, but nevertheless he was determined to fly his absolutely battered Sterling home and save his men. And on the return, now during the return flight, he frequently said over the intercom to the English coast, "I'm going to get you home, I will get you home." There wasn't much fuel left, and after 4 hours of agony, with one eye, shrapnel all over his body, and with the amount of blood loss, he must have been losing consciousness quite a few times. They then were to go over France and get even more damage, but they survived. They reached the coast of England with 5 minutes of fuel reserves, and at this point he turned to the aircraft parallel to the coast. So what he did, he knew it was going to not make it properly, but he knew he could probably... The risk was actually getting it over land and killing civilians. So what Middleton did, not only did he try to save his men, he tried to save innocent people on the ground. He actually made it parallel with the coast. So he had the port side level with the English coast, so that he would not crash land into the civilians. So at this point he leveled it off. And he gave the order to his men to save themselves and bail out. So he turned at that point. 5 of his crew did so. They bailed out. They landed safely, but his front gunner and his flight engineer remained with him, and they tried to talk him into a forced landing on the coast. But something he must have known, he would have to take that risk to actually harm civilians. But he steered the aircraft out of the sea. It was off Dymchurch, and he ordered the last 2 crew to bail out. They then too bailed out, but sadly these 2 men did not survive the night in the English coast, and Middleton finally ran out of fuel. He stayed with the aircraft and made sure that it crashed into the sea so that no one else was hurt. The last line of his Victoria Cross reads, "His devotion to duty in the face of overwhelming odds is unsurpassed in the annals of the Royal Air Force." He was posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross, and he's buried at Beck Row in Mildenhall. His Victoria Cross and uniform are displayed at the Australian War Memorial in Canberra. A story of valour from here, from RAF Lakenheath with 149 Squadron, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Lest we forget. So there are startups in the background that we can hear from F-15E Strike Eagles. So whether it's another squadron or more hot taxiing, we shall find out very shortly. Sarah H, oi oi to you from Germany. Mark Kane, Simon Watchorn, Davey, how you all doing? so it won't be long till we get more movements. It is a lovely day.
Depending on the level of inclusion that you want.
Welcome to RAF Lakenheath, ladies and teddy bears. So if you've just joined us, so we've just spoke about the prehistory and the history of the base right up to 1948. So there are plenty of startups, so hopefully we're going to get a bit more movement later on. It's just gone 20 to 11 here in the UK, and we're just waiting hopefully for more action. So we've had what's called hot taxi, which is a nice family day experience for a backseat experience that I can tell you now, there must be some power to be felt there. All is good. Tell you what, I'm totally enjoying this. The weather's good. So we could get the 492nd next up, which are on regular training. The Pappy lights have just come on now, which makes me think they are back on. So Pappy lights are these little red boxes.
That would be a call sign for one of the people.
There we go, look. Those are the Pappy lights. They are a landing aid. Stands for Precision Approach Path Indicators. Very clever. In fact, I may have a drawing of what it's like in one of those. Now, they will be turned on to facing the runway in use. So in this instance, they're using runway 23. And there are two lots of 4 boxes either side. You can see the other 4 over there, just about. But they appear red here, but they're not actually red all the time. In fact, they don't actually physically change colour. They actually will change colour depending on your altitude. Now I'm going to get you a little closer. I've done all the Pythagoras theorem for you, so you don't need to do it. Right, here we go. Now this is a cross section of a Pappy light. All right, now here's one I made earlier. Look at this. So Pappy light. So I've done it from this, if you're looking at it from the side, so the light is here, all right? That red light that you can see is here. So what's going on inside this yellow box? Okay, so you've got the white light, and it's actually a red lens that's here, all right? And it refracts and shines that way, and you've got the white light that retracts and goes this way, all right? That's what it looks like in the cross section. Now, but what's going on here? So there's something called a glide slope. This is like an imaginary path called the glide path, where a pilot will be assisted to touch down properly. Precision approach path indicators, right? So what the pilot is looking for is 2 white and 2 red, all right? That's what's going to happen here. The pilot's looking for 2 white and 2 red. How does this work? Well, the angle is set to 3 degrees. So what they do, they've actually tilted this to 3 degrees, called the glide slope. If the lights are all white, the pilot is too high. If the pilot sees 3 white and 1 red, slightly high. If the pilot sees 2 white, 2 red, that's bang on. If the pilot sees 3 red, 1 white, slightly low. If you see all red, well, you're very, very low, or either on the ground. So that's the Pappy light system. But why this 3 degrees? Well, I did a little bit of maths for you. I did a bit of Pythagoras theorem, Just going to show you this quickly. Yeah, I wish I didn't realise I'd be using maths from school way over 30 years. There's the PAPI light, and it's set to 3 degrees. All right, but what does this mean? Wow, let me show you this chart I did. Oh, does this mean I can leave bits of paper in and not get blown over? Well, let's have a look. Right, watch this. So, when do the lights get 2 white and 1 red? Here we go. Look at this. Right, just as a quick guide, a pilot, every mile is 300 feet high, or if you want to be really accurate, 318. So, as long as the pilot is within these gaps, so these are nautical miles, so when the pilot's at 5 miles out, the pilot will be at 1,591 feet, 4 miles out, 1,273 feet, etc. But a pilot can either do it as a quick 300 feet per nautical mile. So that's why it's set. So it'll be 2 white and 1 red if the pilot's on this glide path. Amazing, right? Pretty cool. And I had to do a little bit of maths with that. So if the pilot's 10 miles out, I don't think they can see the PAPI lights there, but it's a landing aid. And do you know what's really good about the landing aid? I know you're thinking, well, it's a bit primitive. Do you know what? Yes, but the point of the PAPI light actually helps, because if the pilot's going to be using, for those that know ILS, that's one part of the ILS over here, the instrument landing system. It sends radio signals, frequencies to the pilot. This does the vertical. This does the vertical part, sends frequencies to the pilot to let them know if they're too high or too low. Pilot's just got to match it in the middle. There's also something called the localizer, sending the left and right. So the pilot's just got to get that in the middle. But the thing is, if the pilot is concentrating too much on the instruments and not the runway, then the pilot's not really looking too much at the runway, which isn't the best. So PAPI lights come into it. Once the pilot knows, got it right in the middle, perfect height, all I've got to do is look ahead. You can use the PAPI lights, job done. And that is a little simple thing about the PAPI lights, why they're so effective and simple at the same time. Pretty cool, huh? Not all glide slopes are set to 3 degrees. There are steeper ones around the world and around the country as well. Grab my water. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, you. Yeah, you're right there. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope you're all good. Oh yeah. We might get lucky in a bit with the wind change, but it is blowing towards me at the moment, which it's looking for runway 23 at the moment. At the moment though, but it is set to change around sort of midday, so we could see a runway change. We're not too sure. It is what it is. We're just here to enjoy it. But we'll see how it goes. And Alan Burden, congratulations to 21 months membership, a Guards March for you. Oh wow, 21 months of you lovely people. Thank you very much for your kind words. Margot, thank you very much for your super chat. Oi oi TCS. Have a great weekend. Salmon bagels for Ted. Thank you very much. Babzar, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March. Lorraine at Nomadic Ramblings, member for 7 months. Guards March. Thank you very much. Margot, thank you very much for the popcoin. Super chat, thank you. Stephen Mann, well done on your 6 months milestone. Oi oi, you wonderful lot. 6 months of an amazing channel. Thanks Ted and Nikos and Claire Van. Lorraine, thank you very much for the super sticker. Guards March. Debbie Wingley, 3 months membership. Looking forward to today's show. Thank you very much. Ellie J Approach, member for 20 months. A big thank you to Nikos and Ted for creating the channel and running it not only through storms but all types of weather. Absolutely. Alex Raven, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Guards March. And Alex is celebrating 5 months membership. Oh yeah, 5 months with this amazing community. Thank you very much. Darren Harwood for the week of Fly Candy. It's been a brilliant one. Thank you. And thank you as well for tuning in. Chris Austin, high five. Thank you very much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Fist pump for that. Paul M. Hennings, who's here as well for tea and burgers. Thanks a lot, Paul. Paul, if you tuned in, I've got one. I've got it here with me now if you want to come and get it. Paul M. Hennings as well, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Pat Galloway, thank you very much for the super chat. Loving the Teducation. Thank you, Nikos, for all the research you do. No problem at all. I absolutely enjoy it. Margot Baxter as well for the super chat. Wherever you go, always take Ted Coningsby with you because you can't find any better military aviation channels anywhere else on the planet. I'm alright, thanks man, I'm okay, but thank you. When I have my tea, I may have one. Simon G, great stream as always. Is Ellen open next Thursday, Friday? I would have thought Thursday, yes. I'm not sure about the Friday. Not because anything's going on, it's just I haven't looked. I'll be honest with you, because I'm not here, I haven't really checked. Margot, high five. Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Ange Baker, thank you very much for 17 months. Bear hugs all round. Have a bear hug. Simon Mochorn, high five. Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Iona Gordon, how you doing, man? 14 months membership, where are you? Haven't seen you in a while, hope you're well. Jay, yes he does. The burger van is here for your breakfast, brunch and lunch needs, and he does take card as well as cash. And believe me, they are good. But I don't think he sells salmon, if you like Ted, that loves his salmon. I haven't seen it on the menu.
Yeah, you've got caviar on toast.
Oh, hello, caviar on toast. Oh dear, that's pretty cool. I like that. You never know. That'd be great if that's on there. It's got to be done. Earl Grey, you know.
Yeah. Rooibos, all of that.
Oh yeah. Hope you're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to the show. Okay, so we're just you can hear plenty of startups from the Pratt & Whitney's F100 229 engines. That's the engine that belongs in the F-15E Strike Eagle. And don't forget to get yourself one of these. Get them in today before we go away. It's the very popular Fleet keyring online. And Claire's going to kill me again because I forgot to load the van up with some of these, but there we go. Fleet keyring, they are available online. If you are a member, don't forget you can use your members discount as well. Has that been towed? So I can see an F-35. Even my zip jackets sweeps. Did you hear that? And sweep, a official Ted Coningsby vocab, the trademark of the Ted Coningsby channel. I would have thought that's just been towed at the moment, that F-35 that you can just about see. Now, if the wind is indicating, mind you, it is blowing beautifully west, so I would say that's definitely a 2-3. But if the wind is as calm as it is today, and the wind is sort of blowing a little bit from the east, they can still use the westerly favoured runway. So don't be alarmed or shocked that they've done so. But at the moment they're using runway 23. But it is set to change direction in just over an hour, so we could see aircraft coming towards us. But I'll be honest with you, with this force of wind, it doesn't look promising. Although I would be happy if I'm wrong, because that means we get runway 05 departures. And while we wait, just a bit of history. So don't forget, 15th of January. It's quite a lot of that date, actually. 15th of January, 1941. The United States Army Air Corps activated the 48th Bomb Group Light. You may see letters, specific letters that are in brackets. They do indicate stuff, so you'll see L for light, H for heavy. You may see D for dive as well, but the 48th, known as the Bomb Group Light, they weren't the fighter wing or the fighter bomb wing just yet, but that's still later. They were activated at Hunter Field in Savannah, Georgia, in the USA, but they weren't the numbers that you're familiar with. They were known as the 55th, 56th and 57th Bomb Squadron Light, and there was a fourth one called the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron, who were later known as the 88th Bomb Squadron as well. It could suggest why the 495th may have the 9 stars. Is it because of their, their initial legacy of the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron? I've had a look at some of the old patches, but I can't verify them, but I can see that the Grim Reapers were probably the Grim Reapers even back then as well, by the look of it. That one's almost for sure. And I believe the Panthers could have been the Panthers even then. I'm just trying to establish nicknames, and I couldn't find the 495th because they did not make it to the European theatre, but I'll explain. There was 54 activations in total, and they were known as the first aviation objective in preparation for World War II. Now, the 48th at that time were just a training unit, flying aircraft such as the A-20, the A-18, which was a light twin-engine attack light bomber. 7th of December 1941 was literally the turning point because of the attack on Pearl Harbor, the devastating losses of that, not only just the men itself, all that manufacturing of all those aircraft, ships were damaged. And February 1942, the mighty 8th arrived in England. Now, 15th of August 1943, the 48th moved to Keyfield, and they were redesignated to the numbers that you know today. So the 48th became the Fighter Bomb Group, and the bomb squadrons were known as the 492nd, 493rd, 494th, and the one and only 495th. However, I'll explain what happened next, but they were flying the A-24, A-31, A-35 and the A-36 training aircraft. Now, on the 20th of August, they moved to William Northern Field in Tennessee. They became operational in their flying with the P-39 Airacobra, and also the P-40 Warhawk. Wasn't really loved that much. Now, it had the power of the Warhawk, but it didn't at some time. It just didn't quite have what they were going to have next, which was, of course, the P-47 Thunderbolt, the Jug. Made probably around about 15,700 7,000 each between the Razorback and the Bubble Canopy was the legendary P-47 Thunderbolt, the Jug. There was a bit of a change during this period as well, and just especially during World War II period, when the fighter wings, they established, first of all, they had a division, a wing. Well, actually, let's go further back. They had an air force, a division, a wing, and then you've got your fighter groups, and they organized them in a way that there were 3 fighter squadrons per group. So therefore, because there was 4, this is what I think, by the way, because there was 4, they actually moved the 495th. They became part of the 407th Fighter Bomb Group in Texas, but sadly the 407th Fighter Bomb Group deactivated in April 1944, so that was the end of the 495th for now. But they came back, what, some 30 years later. But so the men, first of all, of the 48th moved to RAF Ibsley before they then found themselves, or lots of time, spending lots of time in France and Belgium. Now, they were training with the P-47Ds, and until eventually they moved to various places in France, which we will talk about. Okay, so the April the 20th, 1944 saw the first combat fighter sweep for the 48th. They were retitled and called the 48th Fighter Group. They were actually part of the 70th Fighter Wing, by the way, which is why they weren't called the 48th Fighter Wing at the time. There was actually a 48th Fighter Wing, but I think it was a training wing, actually. But we won't go into that. It just gets more confusing. Now, so they found themselves at Cambrai in France until eventually they moved to Belgium as well. But during that, I mean, Belgium they loved because it had a 10,000-foot runway, by the way. But during D-Day, they carried out 2,000 sorties from them with their P-47s, supporting troops on the ground, bombing bridges, railway lines, gun positions. They provided reconnaissance, similar to what the Hawker Typhoon. In fact, the P-47 innovated and really was the very first sort of A-10 Thunderbolt. In fact, that's why it's called a Thunderbolt, the Fairchild A-10 Thunderbolt 2, because it's named after the P-47 Republic Thunderbolt, because of what it did. Now, the P-47 Thunderbolt was based around its engine. It was absolutely huge. It had about a 3,000 horsepower engine or thereabouts, and it was, I think it was something like 46 litres, the engine, whereas if you take a Spitfire, for example, well, that was about, what, 27 litres? It was huge. It actually would morph the, let's say, the 109 and the Spitfire. It was that big. But they did earn themselves a distinguished unit citation for their efforts in the Normandy campaign and in France. Now then.
So sometimes it's up until 4:30, and then at 4:30 all of a sudden 25 minutes.
Let's give me 1 second.
Right.
I'm going to show you the beautiful P-47 Thunderbolt.
I've not done a Friday morning, Friday yet, so I've not seen the times and stuff. So I thought,
Will I get time?
Nothing's gone up.
Maybe not. No, we'll come back to that, because here we go. They're taxiing now. Here we go.
Stop, dude. Yeah. Anyway, no, yeah, cool. Looking. Fairly, quite a lot. Yeah.
There is something moving.
Yeah.
There's something coming. Yep, there's 2 on the way from the other end. Yeah, I can...
Here we go. Oh, nice little air brake there. Lovely. More hot taxi in on. Telling the light whether that's. It does look like the 494. I wonder if they're getting more hot taxi in. I think we are. Or maybe not. May get some more hot taxi in. Yep, more hot taxiing by the look of it. Ooh. Okay, this looks operational. Yep. This one's possibly the 492nd. It's hard to tell on my screen at the moment. That looks like a blue tail flash. Don't forget, in World War II, the colour scheme was completely different. Blue was the Grim Reapers. Yellow, the Panthers, and red, the Mad Hatters, 492nd. Of course, that changed in, I believe, in France. I believe in 1952, when they were operating the F-84, F-80, and then the F-86, and eventually the F-100D Super Sabre. The 48th didn't come here until 1960. Again, the 15th of January 1960. So here we go. Welcome to RAF Lakenheath, ladies, gents and teddy bears. We've got ourselves the F-15E Strike Eagle. We've seen yesterday the F-15 SA. What a legacy of the F-15 that we've been witnessing for our time. When I first started doing this, couldn't believe when someone said the F-15 flies here. I mean, I just could not believe it. And when we look back at over 50 years legacy, the first F-15A flight was made in July 1972, and the first flight of the family version two-seater F-15B, which was formerly taken the designation as TF-15A trainer. That was made in July 1973. The first Eagle F-15B delivered in November 1974. In January 1976, the first Eagle destined for combat squadron was delivered. I believe it was the triple nickel 555th. The single-seat F-15C and the two-seater F-15D models, they entered the Air Force inventory in the beginning of 1979. Again, these new models had all that production Eagle package, the PEP 2000 improvements, and yet the improvements are still going on today. Today here at Lakenheath, we've got the F-15E Strike Eagle. So from the early 90s, 92 to 94, we started seeing the Eagle legacy still go on, continuing here at RAF Lakenheath.
Yeah, I don't want to be late. They're all right, all good luck. Yeah, I know. I remember when I was driving the car, I was just stopping for like stop. Yeah, crown well, stop.
If we look at the legendary F-15, I mean, on the September the 13th in 1985, it was Major Wilbur Doug Pearson. The claim to fame, of course, with the F-15, the only aircraft to shoot down something out of space. That's right, a satellite. It was the P-78-1 satellite. First time a satellite was destroyed by missile launched from an F-15. It was flying the Celestial Eagle, and it was a F-15A. And he took a vertical climb at 36,000 feet, flying just under Mach 1. You couldn't see if the missile hit the target, but his friend Scott in the control room, he knew that he made the F-15 the only aircraft to shoot something out of space. Amazing. I think it was about, I can't remember how many feet it was. It was at 105,000 feet, was it? I mean, it impacted the 1-ton satellite at about 15,000 miles per hour, which is, woo, you know how it is. I mean, that's like a space ace, isn't it? You know how it is, space ace. There is such a thing as a space ace. He is a space ace. Alright. Here we go. Here we go, let's ride. Holding off to the EOR, are they? Oi, oi. Nice air brake wave there. So they're just going to hold at the EOR, perhaps waiting for other F-15s in their flight. So EOR, end of runway. There are 2 on each end of the runways. So we've got 2 here at runway 23, and we've got another 2 at the other end at runway 05. So, for those that were fortunate enough to have a look at my diagram earlier today, will know now that the aircraft just sat here on idle use absolutely very little fuel because it's not using the thrust. So, all is good there. So we can wait here for a good hour or so. And a very insignificant amount of fuel will even register. You can see there, that's Ted's aircraft 134. Ted flew in this very aircraft 2 years ago. Tail 134 with the bowlers. Oh yes, and that was in February as well. Tail 134. Don't forget, ladies, gents, teddy bears, while we're here and waiting, don't forget to carry out your pre-flight checklist. That's hit the like button. And of course, do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. And of course, marry that up with the notification bell button. And do visit tedconingsby.co.uk. Check us out. And of course, as it's paid weekend, treat yourself to official Ted Coningsby merchandise. White Wizard, how you doing? Hope you're good. Hope you are all well. So these look like the 492nd Fighter Squadron. So these will be regular training day for the airmen. The F-15E Strike Eagle is a 2-seater. So of course you've got your pilot. It is dual controlled, by the way, just to throw that in. But at the back got the Weapons Systems Operator, or WSO, or nicknamed the Wizzo. Do all things weapons. It's the pilot that just fired the shot, but the Wizzo will be able to use the lantern, use all that infrared stuff to, and use the lighting system to lock onto targets, ready for the pilot to initiate.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh,
Come on, man. Yeah, good. Well, we've got that bit right, using the top taxi 2 and 3. Just need that interchange now. But there's not a lot of it, that's the problem, so nay. Hot taxi is cool though. I love that. Amazing, can't get much starter. Okay, yeah, that's cool.
It's good for stuff like that because it's just safe. The first night after all, yeah, on Wednesday after all the rain.
Right, so the EOR is a great holding point, a bit like the ORP at Coningsby. It's a place where it's safe for aircraft to hold and wait for other aircraft or any other operational reason. They could be waiting for a tanker, but reason today is they're waiting for other aircraft to join them in their flight, and here they are. You're hearing some funny stuff on there. Oh dear. Oh dear. Nice. Oh dear. There we go. Yep, nice.
Oh, I wish.
So it's a good day for quick climbs. Nice blue skies. Will we get them? Let's find out. Looks good though.
No change runway?
Not yet, no. Not yet. I don't think it's strong enough. It's starting to turn now. We'll see. So the maintenance fighter generation squadron with their crew chief doing all the checks, doing the post-taxi checks. That's just the way the 48th operate, making sure that it's all sweet and neat, removing the pins, the removed beret before flight pins, checking the ordnance, checking the actuating system, the SENC, checking the canopy for any security issues, any loose drop tags or anything like that. Just sure it's all sweet and neat, doing their checks. It's just the way, like I said, the 48th operate with their F-15s. Of course, the F-35s are done differently, or more traditionally, shall we say. They're done at the hangars. Making sure all the flaperons, all the elevators all working fine, that kind of thing. See you in a bit, man. Oh man. Oh, it happens, it happens. Oh dear. Oi, oi, everyone, how you doing? Hope you're all well. Welcome to our last show of the week, and it's always a delight to finish the week off here at which a lot of you have said and love as your favourite base and place. So we got the 492nd Fighter Squadron, the Mad Hatters. They too played a major part during the Normandy campaign, the liberation of France. P-47 Thunderbolt, absolutely amazing. They worked well with the 48th together, making the 48th Fighter Group a very powerful fighter group, which not only spent time in France but worked their way to Belgium. A great 10,000 foot runway. And I can hear F-35 starting up as well. Why not? Just about here the Pratt & Whitney's F-135 PW100, a huge turbofan. Oh yes, producing 43,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner. It's going to come at us very shortly. I know we're all hoping for a runway change. We'll see. Paul M. Hennings, how you doing, man? Guns up, you know how it is.
Looks like it should have been like that. I think about the flight colours for these. You've individually boarded each pilot on the head, and then they're all set up.
Okay, here we go. This is time to ride. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Our first departure of the day. It's been a good day. Here we go. Send it. Here we go, get ready. Pratt & Whitney's F-135 PW100 engines, which, for those that know, belong in the F-35A and C. Looks like they're going to come and recover this. Nice bit of spluffage on that one. So of course, spluffage, a Ted Coningsby term in the air. Of course, as I've mentioned before, there are happy particles that are sat there invisible, and happy moisture particles. I'll choose my words carefully, but they are invisible, of course. But when you've got a fast-moving object smashing through, those happy particles have got nowhere to go and turn into this beautiful vapor that we see. But it actually shows off the aerodynamics of the wings, because they actually indicate to you how the aerodynamics work on the wings, giving it lift and stability. Is pretty interesting, and you'll see this a lot if you look at the F-16, for example, when you get those ribbons from the very front, the way it causes those ribbons, and the F-18 does it as well. That really highlights the aerodynamics and the way that the drag as well is affected, and how it goes through, the air particles go through. So it's actually quite a way to see something that's quite invisible. It's pretty good. just about hear the
We saw 2 dots in the sky last night.
F-35As, just about. They are probably a good 2 miles away from here, at least. Amazing how sound travels.
Oh yeah, see the camera. Waiting to see something like that.
Okay, so we should start to see F-35s taxiing very shortly. So hopefully there's a runway change, but I'm not too sure on that. You're blowing definitely for 2-3 at the moment. We're expecting it to potentially change runway today, but I don't think that's going to happen. No worries, all is good.
They'll never do anything with that before. Just sit on the floor until they do it.
So they've just shut down one of the engines at the minute. How we doing, ladies, gents, Teddy Bears, Ted Coningsby channel live, and there's the second engine shut down. There we go. So that's so they'll just make sure that's all safe and secure, ready to so back to the hangar. We'll get that fixed. Unless they can fix it here. Seems like the air brakes managed to retract. So very shortly you may see F-35s taxiing in the background across the runway. That's a shame. It does happen, of course. Technology, that's what can happen. Here we go, get ready.
Too many places I want to go over there. Have you seen Washington? Memorial. The speeches they hold out we were speaking about the guys that are in the military. I'm seeing about commentary about women. I think she disappeared. Never watched that documentary.
What a lovely day it is. It was like -2 this morning when we got here. The roof of the van was frozen like an ice skating rink. But all is good now.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
What's the one? The hunt. That looks so good. They go off grid. The detectives have to try and find them. Yeah. That looks proper. Try and evade them, you know. Get up the biggest tree I could find. I can see them all come. No phone, no contact. Yeah, so,
But you know how they get them? You're a GPS on your phone.
yeah. That's what I'm saying, no phones.
So it's like you have to get a phone.
The thing is that my memory's not great, I just forget the number. Crazy! No!
Just wondering if they're going to taxi down the catwalk because of this. So, and I was just thinking that, and yes, they are. Catwalk it is.
You have to use the money. Yeah.
Now we call this the catwalk. That's a Ted Coningsby vocab. Why not? But officially, it's just called a taxiway. But I think we prefer catwalk. Interestingly, to the right, we've named it after the Lakenheath warrior. The Warrior Walk. Nice 4 ship coming up. Mag check, mag swap. There we go. Comes trouble. The F-35 Ace. Oh yeah. Flown by the 493rd Fighter Squadron, the Grim Reapers, and the 495th Fighter Squadron, the Valkyries. Here we go. Wonderful 5th generation stealth fighter, F-35A. This is the A variant. It doesn't hover like the B variant. The F-35A is one of 3 main variants and the most popular amongst other air forces. It is the most popular one to you know, go to the showroom, you know, just pick up an F-35A of all the 3 main variants, although you can modify it to make it your own. So if we start off with the F-35A, it's got the largest of the G rating to the airframe tolerance at +9G, classed as a CTOL aircraft, a conventional takeoff and landing. This is the F-35A. The F-35B, well, that's got a different engine than the A and the C. It's got a Pratt & Whitney's F-135 PW600 engine, because Rolls-Royce have gone and whacked not only a 50-inch diameter lift system, the lift fan itself, along with the actual shaft that connects it, the roll posts, stick a bit of free BSM with that, which is the free bearing swivel module. To us, that's thrust vectoring. And you've got yourself a F-35B, which is classed as a STOVL aircraft, a short takeoff and vertical landing. I know what you're thinking, can it vertically take off? Yes, but it doesn't do it operationally because it uses a lot of fuel when you start whacking on payload and full fuel. So they do what's called a short takeoff. Again, uses Rolls-Royce lift system with that. It is a Pratt & Whitney engine, but it's got a Rolls-Royce bit of extra onto it, and that is the B version, the F-35B. You can see a B variant at RAF Marham, flown by 207 Squadron and Operational Conversion Unit, along with 617 Squadron Dambusters and the 809 Royal Naval Air Squadron. Ah, yeah. G tolerance on the F-35B is a +7. And next one, last but not least, is the monster of the two. It would actually engulf it if you were to put them sort of overlay each other. So the next variant is a carrier variant, the F-35C. Still got the same engine as the F-35A, G tolerance at +7.5, although it's got an extra, what, 1.2 meters, 2.3 meters. That's about 8 foot wider. Why? Well, because it's a carrier variant, it needs to have a lot of lift, which means the wing area is larger, hence it's actually quite large. It's also got a twin axle at the front of the aircraft so that it's pulled along with the catapult system. I think that uses steam. I was having a look at a quick video on that. Again, like I said, it's no ordinary aircraft being a carrier variant. It's got a strengthened airframe. That is rather large, what's coming out of Mildenhall. What is that? Is that a C5? Goodness me, it's like a flying city. So yeah, that's the C variant, G tolerance at 7.5. It's got a massive payload on it. They all do Mach 1.6, I believe. Just trying to think of anything else. Strength and airframe. The arrestor hook on it is very different. The B variant doesn't have an arrestor hook, by the way. This is just a real simple way of just giving you an idea of what they're like. There is a Norwegian variant, but it's based on the A variant. The Norwegian variant has a shoot pod at the back, a brake shoot pod, a bit like aerial, well, most modern aerials like the shark fin aerial for your radio. It's got one of them and it deploys a shoot pod because of the conditions in that country. There's also the F-35I, the idea of the Israeli variant. They've got their own weapons software system on it, but again it's based on the A variant. It's a bit like going into Lockheed Martin, just getting a brochure and go, yeah, I'll have a bit of that, I'll have some alloys, you know, just but there we go. So but that's, like I said, it's based on 3 main variants, and that's a lot. I think the F-35C is exclusive to the US Navy, the Marine Corps, if I remember correctly. Pretty sure, but might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it is. And if you're into scale model building, the Tamiya version is absolutely delightful. What 148? Oh, so Nick 555 Nick is an absolute talented master at building these. Of course, Nick has taken on the role of building and has already built our MF509 Wellington to be placed as a memorial, which is coming up next month. He's also building an F-35C, and I've just seen inside, was that the loading bay, the bomb bay? The weapons bay, it looks very detailed. How technology has improved, not only in aircraft today, but actually the scale models. So yeah, if you're into that, have a look at it, have a look at his page. It's pretty impressive when you show me the detail, man. It's very, very detailed. It looks like the real thing, to be honest, but there you go. Big shout out to everyone in the viewing area today. We've got Paul Sadler, who's just come back from Norway. We've got Julian Bailey as well. There's also Clyde somewhere. Clive and Craig Bruce. He's gone the other end. And Paul M. Hennings is here as well. He's come to see us. And of course, Triple Nick's here. He's there. Next to the fencage. Huh? It's, oh my goodness me. Now, if we admire the Pratt & Whitney's F135 PW engines, the 100, it's very large. If you think that one single engine that it's got is a whopping 43,000 pounds of thrust. That's like strapping a human being to a rocket. It really is. That single engine is impressive. That's 2 Typhoon engines. That's basically a Typhoon and a little bit. That's pretty impressive in just this one engine. Amazing. Hopefully it's enough for them to go, yeah, see you down the other end.
Like the VIP out here.
That's awesome. That's so cool. Is that the pilot?
Yeah.
That's
four of them that is picking out the seat. Because it's a live ejector seat, they couldn't put the safety pin back in.
oh right. Oh goodness me. Oh gosh, it is dangerous then. That's just... Yeah. Yeah.
Don't worry, F-15's broke, jump in the back, I'll pick up the lift back.
That's quality.
That was brilliant.
Something done neat for them. Holiday, you know.
Nice. Climb on request.
Not this far.
Here we go. Get ready to rumble, literally. Here comes trouble. Trouble is about to depart right now. And, just coming up to 20 past 12 here in the UK. Okay, get ready for a quick climb. Looks like 4 of them as well. Okay, so the quick climbs. The pilots will rotate and maintain altitudes of around 60 to 120 feet, let's say. Reach speeds of about 350 miles per hour, clearing the entire runway before pulling up into a very steep vertical climb, pulling G's around 5 to 6, and will climb to whichever flight level they've been cleared to do so. Don't forget, unrestricted is all about the climb rate, not the actual altitude itself. Here we go. Let's rise. Send it. well, or at least spooling. So all is not finished yet. Beautiful. Thanks everyone that's tuned in today. Welcome to the show. This is the place to be on a Friday with the Ted Coningsby channel, wherever you're watching from in the world. We've got lots of viewers from around the world. We've got US, we've got Netherlands, got Belgium. How are we all doing? Perez, how you doing? Matman Bush, what up? Davey, watching from Northumberland. Chris Bloxham, Simon Watchorn, Mayhem Marshy, how you doing? Susan Tilsner, how's it going? Suzanne Tilsner, EP65 from Netherlands, oi oi. Good Coates, Glenn Ryan, Alex Blackcat, Mark Dudley, how's it all going? Where you watching from? Let us know if you want. I'll give you a little shout out there now quickly while we're in out. Remco de Vrij, QCF, oh absolutely. Stephen Mann, enjoying that. Oh yeah. Johnny B, how's it going? Only one watching from Germany. Shout out to Robin Greets from the UK. How's it going? First time here. Love the sound of them taking off. Sal Glossier Green. Oi oi Davey. You know how it is. Perry, how you doing, man? Righty. I've got Trash Panda Manda from Canada and Nova Scotia. Massive respect to the 48th. Hello from the USA, Kevin Zuidema. JD and Scale. João Guerra watching from Portugal. Ah, yeah. Got the Roxham crew watching from Norfolk. How you doing, kiddo? You right, mate? Yeah. Good, good, good. Hello from Gloucestershire, Andy White. How is Gloucestershire? How is Gloucestershire? And the Cheltenham and the Tewkesbury Massive. How you all doing? Oh dear, got Fife in the house. Russell Moore watching from sunny Norfolk. How you all doing? Across the channel in Normandy here, flies SC1.
I think it's just like, I think everybody thinks so, you know.
Quite bizarre watching from London. Got East Sussex in the house everywhere. So rest in peace, car alarm. So we're just going to wait for the next wave of departures. So we spoke about the history of the 48th as well, going into the World War II, and there's a gentleman here from, sorry, one of our viewers from Normandy. One of our viewers just reminded me of one of the airmen, a legend known as Ed Cottrell, for those that know Ed. And I was just looking, I believe he had, let me see if I can get you see if I can get you something here. Little treat for you, for all you Thunderbolt fans. Let's see if I got it. It's been a while since I showed this actually. Oh yeah, here it is. Oh yeah. Alright. Now then, the 48th, one of their legendary aircraft. If I show you the aircraft and talk to you about one of their legends, Ed Cottrell. Look at this. So we're going to talk about a little bit about the P-47. Why am I talking about the P-47? Because it was an aircraft that was used predominantly for the 48th during the Second World War. Now this, very similar to what we spoke about the PT-6 engine. This is huge. I'm going to show you how big this actually is. And this is the P-47, the Republic P-47D Thunderbolt. and powered by the Pratt & Whitney's R2800 double wasp, so it's air-cooled. Real good advantage of having an air-cooled engine with the radial engines is that it doesn't rely on liquid to cool your engine. So if you get hit around here, you can have cylinders missing. You can have cylinders missing and your engine will still get you back. This P-47 was built on its engine, like the A-10 Thunderbolt, built around its gun. So a lot of benefits having a radial air-cooled engine with that, because of the fact that it uses air. So if you're going to get shot and lose your radial bits of your cylinders, you can still get home. Had an 18-cylinder air-cooled radial engine. I think it was a 46-litre displacement. Also, for those that have watched Fast and Furious with the NOS, well, it didn't have NOS, but it did have a little boost, which was a water tank here, which was mixed with it was like an alcohol and water, which would be injected to give you an extra 300 horsepower, horsepower, which is quite impressive, really. Had about 30 gallons of injector. They could use it on departure, they can use it in short bursts, but the last thing you want to do is to use it all up. So really interesting the way it works. So a bit like the PT6, it will take the air all the way back here. You see, it had the air intake was so big it could fit a human in there. There have been photos. So the air will go all the way back here, and it will meet the supercharger, the impeller as well, and it compresses the air just like we spoke about. So really amazing the way the air is scooped up into here, and it works its way back to the front of the aircraft. Now the cool air from the compressed air reaches the intercooler here to cool it down, and it goes down to the engine part of the front part. So amazing the way it would do things, the P-47 Thunderbolt. So just to give you an idea as well, the squadrons were different, including the colours. The 492nd were red with the squadron code Foxtrot 4. The 493rd with the India 7, their colour was blue. The 494th had a number 6 and Mike, and their colour was yellow. Just to look at some of the stats: ground attack, 500,000 sorties, 500,000 sorties in the P-47. This is not dedicated just to the 48, this is all round. They made about 7,000 Razorback. This is the bubble canopy, I'll show you Razorback in a minute. 86,000 railway cars destroyed, 68,000 trucks, and 6,000 armoured vehicles. Now I'm going to show you just how big this is. In fact, it really should have been in its own class, to be honest, if I may say so. But in fact, the 8 M2 machine guns, they actually slowed the aircraft down by about 30 miles per hour. It could reach speeds of 460 miles per hour, 450 kilos of payload. It's just a fantastic aircraft. And if I show you the Razorback, look at this. Now this is a 109. Okay, this is the 109. This is to scale. Look at the size of it. Look at, I mean, it is just ferociously big. Look at it. It's like it should really be in its own class, really. That is amazing. Interesting point: if you were engaged in a aerial combat, dogfighting, you really want to drop your drop tanks. And most unfortunate 190 or 109 pilots found out that not dropping them meant that if you got hit, it would literally explode. Of course, because it's pressurized gas in there for your drop tanks. So when engaging, so this is the Razorback version. And if you're wondering why the US Air Force only have one roundel, well, it was a life-saving. Your eyes are probably feasted on right in the middle now because of the, even if this was Royal Air Force roundels, having 2 identification markers or roundels would really feast your eyes right in the middle. What's in the middle? The cockpit and the engine. Same underneath as well, although this one doesn't have it. The US Army Air Force decided to have a life-saving change, not because they wanted to save money on paint, but to save lives. Now, when you're flying in an aerial combat, the thing is, okay, modern technology, now you can identify friend from foe, but what you relied on aircraft going hundreds of miles per hour, you're trying to look out for their marker. Now your eyes is going over here. This was a real thing. They actually got rid of the 2 roundel symmetry system to make the just to confuse the brain. The brain loves symmetry. The brain now, with these 2 markers and these 2 roundels here, the brain is going here trying to aim for it. You're actually setting up the target nicely for you. Whereas this going in and out of clouds, your eyes are going on this 1 roundel, not on the main part, and that is why. There we go. So there you go. That's the P-47 Thunderbolt, an aircraft that was basically innovative for close air support. It started close air support. What is close air support? It's really support where your army, and this is one of the things that the 48th were part of. Now we've all heard of the 8th Air Force. Well, the 48th were actually part of the 9th Air Force. What did they do? They carried out low-level attacks and actually supported the troops on the ground. As they advanced through Normandy, well, they were going to meet with ambush and tanks. Tiger tanks are not very good for you, so call in the P-47 for a bit of a recce, and it will go into a split S, dive and attack. It was a specialist aircraft, and it would use its high altitude, its service ceiling to get out of dodge if it was engaged in aerial combat, and it would be very effective in diving as well. Now, this is the Razorback version, like I said, so I just want to talk about one of the 48th Airmen that served with the 493rd, the Grim Reapers, ladies, gents, teddy bears, and it was just before the attacks on Pearl Harbor on December the 7th, 1941, which ultimately pushed America into World War II. A young man from Oklahoma City by the name of Ed Cottrell, he was interested in becoming a pilot, and his father was a school teacher, and they moved to Slippery Rock. At this time, the US government had a special program called the Civilians Pilots Training Program, where men could go to a dedicated airfield and obtain 30 hours of flying training in the Piper J3 Cub, which was a light training aircraft. Now, Ed achieved his pilot's license and was really interested in joining the forces, but was more interested in flying with the US Navy, because Ed actually said that he really liked the uniform. Now, although he was undecided to fly for the Navy or the Army, in 1942 he decided to try both. He took on their flight tests, and after successfully passing both, it was now time to make a decision, Army or Navy. As America was now at war, the Navy said to him that he would go straight in tomorrow, but the US Army Corps said for him to go back to his school, and they would call him when he was required. Now, Ed felt that was probably more comfortable and the more sensible thing to do from the response from the US Army Corps, and went back to school and awaited for their call, which came a few months later. Now, Ed was sent to basic training with the US Army Corps, and after passing this, he set his sights solely on a fighter pilot role and requested his position, which was actually granted. Now, Ed was shown the Curtiss P-40 Warhawk, powered by the Allison V1710 V12 liquid-cooled piston engine, rated at 1240 horsepower. Now, it didn't quite have the power of the Superchargers or BF-109, for example, but Ed noticed this whilst flying it and felt it didn't have the power. The P-40 was eventually suited in another role during the war, but it lacked the boost for a fighter aircraft. Then Ed was hoping this would not be the aircraft of choice for combat, but luckily for Ed, after 5 hours of flying the P-40, he was shown the very aircraft that he would use in combat, the P-47D Thunderbolt, the Jug. The very aircraft that innovated close air support, the very aircraft that was built around its huge single Pratt & Whitney R2800 5.9 18-cylinder air-cooled radial piston engine. I can hear trouble in the background. 2,000 horsepower. The air intake was so large, positioned at the front, it could fit a human being in there. Ed was so stunned at the sheer size of the engine, the mega length of over 36 feet, that's 11 metres, and wondered how on earth this huge aircraft could fly. But to put this into perspective, the Spitfire is about 2 metres shorter in length. That's amazing. And with the 27-litre engine displacement on the Spitfire, the P-47 has 46. Now, once Ed turned to the Pratt & Whitney 2800 engine, man and machine formed a bond, and Ed loved everything about it. Not only did the Jug handle well, it took a battering too. It was not unusual for Jugs to come back with holes big enough to fit a person through it. Even stories of cylinders missing too. The F-35s are on their way, by the way, so let's see how well we can do this. The engine was a radial air-cooled engine, which means it can take hits to the cylinders and still get its way home. This, like a tank in the sky, because it was fully armed, 8 50-inch 12.7mm M2 Browning machine guns with 425 rounds per gun, a total of 3,400 rounds. In fact, when all 8 guns fired, the Jug would decrease by about 25 miles per hour. So this is where the A-10 Thunderbolt 2 gets its name from, named after the P-47 Thunderbolt. Now, we'll continue that in just a moment. We've got Trouble just making their way. Amazing to think that the 493rd flying the P-47 now flying this. remarkable. And Ed was just 21 when he was finally assigned and boarded the ship called the Ile de France, set sail to wet England, and he joined the 48th Fighter Group, which was part of the 70th Fighter Wing. The legacy lives on. Look at this, beautiful F-35A. Like I said, the escort missions were extremely rare for the 9th Air Force. That's what the 8th Air Force used to do with their fighters. In fact, of the 65 combat missions that Ed completed, only one of these missions were an escorting mission. So Ed went to RAF Ibsley first before he went to move to France. The Allies were, once they were gaining back Normandy, the consequences of the invasions of France, airfields were taken and used by the 9th Air Force. Yeah. Operating from England would mean using significant amounts of fuel, which made sense for the 48th to move to France. So Ed, a lieutenant, was assigned to the 493rd Fighter Squadron, and they were called the Grim Reapers then, although with the colour blue, and that was in September 28th, 1944. They were located in Coningsby in France, markings I-7. Ed shared a P-47 with the highly experienced pilot, Lieutenant George Pullis, and their aircraft was called Our Mary. Ed learned from Pullis and flew his first combat mission in October 1944. Combat missions involved dive bombing, strafing, attacking trains, trucks, vehicles. However, as Ed got more and more missions, he experienced the biggest threat, which was flak. Nice lineup. The EOR can fit up to 6 aircraft, I believe. Here comes Trouble. White Wizard, what up? How you doing, man? Hope you're good. No worries. Oh, we got more Trouble. Actually, no, it ain't Trouble. It's the classic Strike Eagle. Taxiing down the catwalk. 2 different generations of aircraft. LN is the tail code, naturally, but we do have a Whiskey Alpha aircraft from Nellis. Oh, yes. And it's, I believe it's just borrowed. Why not? Because you can. No worries. I'm doing lady gents teddy bears. That's right. Here we go. So there's a few sacrifices that have to be made when it comes to stealth, including not having 4 planes or canards, and that kind of gives it plays havoc on the aerodynamics, which is why I don't think there are any 5th gen natural stealth aircraft with canards or foreplanes. It's one of the sacrifices, although it seems to be a European thing predominantly, the canard foreplane delta wing configuration, I think, from looking from off the top of my head. But there we go. So you got the angled stabilizers to bounce off and not give back a positive signal to radar. It's got radar absorbing. It's got a lot of stuff, and a lot of stuff is actually classified as well on the F-35. In fact, most military aircraft, the stats that you see, I would imagine there's going to be a good 15% that's classified. That's just a guess, by the way. It's not official. Yes, of course. Yeah, later on. No problem. Okay, here comes trouble. This is a huge turbofan about to destroy and rumble. I'm surprised the Richter scale doesn't have an effect here at Lakenheath, you know, in Suffolk. Well, here we go. The F-35 does have an arrestor hook, but doesn't have a air brake. Well, this is going to be good, isn't it? Here we go. Oh, it's a singleton. Send it! Go. Lost the F-35. Oh wow, it's all the way up there. See ya! Giving way to the F-15. today, and it's been a good day. It's time for a cup of tea, I think. Enjoyed that, ladies, gents and teddy bears, and thanks all of you for the support, helping us get to 84,500 subscribers. Goodness me, that is just climbing fast, like a quick climb, and that's all the support from all of you. And I'll just finish off before they come back. They'll probably come back while I'm talking about the history. It's just to finish off the legend of the 48th, and I'll finish off the history as well, if I may, with Ed Cottrell. So don't forget, 21-year-old Ed Cottrell making his way. So P-47 with the 48th Fighter Group. But again, just to recap, Ed Cottrell was sharing Our Mary, it was called, that Ed learned from Lieutenant George Pullis, and he flew his first combat mission in October 1944. Now, combat missions involve dive bombing, strafing, attacking trains, trucks and other vehicles, and Ed got more and more missions. He experienced the biggest flak, literally a roulette and game of luck involved not to get hit. And since the 493rd missions were low-level attack missions, this meant even more likely to encounter hits from flak gunners. The flak crew were strategically positioned as well. And in October of 1944, the 48th Fighter Group were transferred to a new airfield at Saint-Trond in Belgium. The runway at Saint-Trond was much appreciated by all the pilots, and it was a 10,000-foot long runway. The 48th continued their low-level strafing and ground support, with Ed completing a total of 12 missions in 1 month, and by December 1944, the 9th Army pushed into Germany, which was now about to make a series of combat missions even more intense. Now a second Lieutenant Ed Cottrell, on a bitterly cold, snowy day on the 6th of March 1944, troops of the 9th Army were pinned down in Jülich in Germany, and Ed was assigned to a combat mission to bomb a position so that the 9th Army could advance. Now, the Army was stuck by a soccer field and could not advance further, so the mission was to bomb a soccer field. Now, with very low freezing cloud, with your own troops on the ground nearby, the P-47s, again, this is close air support, would go extremely low level in order to carry out this successfully, taking off and flying at treetop level height, maintaining a max altitude of 200 feet at 325 miles per hour. Ed made his first recce pass to see where the 9th Army were, using timed delay bombs. Hits were a success, and it was all looking good. Now, Major Stanley Latiolis ordered for another attack with the strafing run using the Thunderbolt's 8 guns. Now, they carried another strafing attack of what targets remained, and were then directed by Latiolis to head back to base at Saint-Trond. Now, when Ed landed safely at Saint-Trond, unknown to Ed, he was shown by the ground crew that he had over 40 hits on his P-47, which was caused by small arms from the German defence. Now, the 493rd successfully achieved its mission by attacking the key soccer field and other targets to help the 9th Air Force advance and break through. Now, they were awarded a Distinguished Unit Citation for that and DFC. The 48th Fighter Group carried out over 2,000 sorties during the campaign. Now, on the 17th of December 1944, 12 P-47 Thunderbolts of the 493rd Grim Reapers were assigned to another mission, another low-level dive bombing mission to attack a bridge. Now, Ed was flying under the wing of Lieutenant Jim Watson, another experienced pilot, and they were led by Major Latiolis, and all armed with 500-pound bombs with delayed detonation and general purpose bombs to also attack the targets around the bridge. Now, the P-47s flew in flight of 4, and Ed's flight spotted a row of German Tiger tanks. They made circles, passes, and finally dive bombing the tanks. However, Ed spotted a Bf-109 as Ed was diving to strafe the tanks. Now, this is the worst possible time to be attacked, by the way. You're diving, and as you're going to pull up, you have got 0 speed. This is the thing. So this was the worst time for Ed to be attacked by enemy fighters as he was pulling off from a strafe, which meant he didn't have the speed. Now, the 109 came bursting in with its 20mm machine guns, and Ed pulled up and took hits to the P-47, and smoke and hot oil was now spluttering out of Ed's cockpit, and Ed was losing power. It was chugging along, and although flying to keep his aircraft flying, he had to fight the oil and wipe it from his face as well, so he could see. Now, Ed was looking over to see where his colleague Watson was, but could not see the 109. But could not see Watson, but could see a 109. Now, Latiolis hit and fought off one of the 109s, but Watson was nowhere to be seen, and radio contact was lost. Now, Ed's windshield was covered in oil, so he actually pulled open the canopy of his popping and spluttering P-47, and all that Ed could do now was to try and keep it level, flying and ticking and chugging. He made contact to his squadron commander and reported his situation. Now, by now though, actually bailing out was not an option. 2,000 feet and close to stalling speed at 120 miles per hour. Things got worse. Now, just to give you the horror in detail, Ed literally is about to get struck down. The 109 was basically crisscrossing, and Ed's chugging P-47 just on its way down. The 109 went to the left and then flipped over to the right, and for some unknown reason saluted from the pilot, which they met, when was it? 80 years, hang on a minute, 40, yeah, I think 80 years later or something like that. He pulled away, saluted, and guess what? Our good friend Ed Cottrell actually landed safely. It was actually, sorry, I need to make this even worse for you, because it was actually 2 109 pilots that saluted off Cottrell. So, miraculously. And when he landed, they counted that he lost a total of 8 cylinders. Ed kissed the ground and actually contacted Pratt & Whitney and said to them, "Thank you for making a life-saving, indestructible engine." Ed also met that 109 pilot. His name was Karl-Heinz Bosser, that engaged in that aerial combat of the 17th of December 1944. So that's 80 years ago then. From Belgium now. Well, actually, no, from that date it was 79 years. So Ed went to the crash site and they showed him the remains of what they found from metal detecting. They actually found the location of Watson's P-47. On the 14th of September 2024, P-47 Thunderbolt with the 493rd Grim Reaper markings along with the P-51 made a special visit. If you remember our mystery stream, I was there. Guess what? Ed Cottrell, 103, is still alive. In fact, I think it was his birthday on the 17th of January, so I think he's 104 now.
Great day.
Yes, it was. There we go. Yeah, it was. So how amazing was that? And guess what? Ed Cottrell was actually here, and the P-47 landed here, and they actually the 493rd were obviously honoured to see him, and he got in the P-47, obviously weary about the age, because they were worried it could set off things from, you know, post-trauma, like post-combat trauma. But there we go, ladies and teddy bears. There we go. I mean, what an amazing thing. Wow, just absolutely, you couldn't, honestly, I could listen to these stories all the time, from these wonderful, like, brave airmen from the Second World War. Absolutely amazing. So 1945 saw the 48th move to Laon in France, and finally back to the US. So we had to wait a few years. They did deactivate, but they were reactivated. Now, this is where they actually became a wing. It was on the 10th of July 1952. Guess what? They went back to France after all their efforts. They activated at Chaumont Air Base, and they were called the 48th Fighter Wing. Don't forget, they weren't the fighter wing before, especially World War II. They were the fighter group. They were actually part of the 70th Fighter Wing. So they started flying the F-84s. October 53 to 56, they were part of the Sky Blazer team. It was actually the 496 22nd. In 1954, the Sky Blazers were flying the F-86, and during that time, like I mentioned before, this is the reason why they're called Statue of Liberty Wing, because they're near the workshop of Bartholdi, who made and designed and built the Statue of Liberty. That's right. So amazing. And the mayor did a little ceremony. There's a 3-meter replica there, and I believe the replica is here as well of that. And that's why. That is the reason why. And it's the only US Air Force wing with the name. 1956, it was time for the F-100D Super Sabres, and in 1958 they became renamed the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing. That means the squadrons become Tactical Fighter Squadrons. Don't forget, the 495th are still missing. They're not back. They haven't been reactivated since. They've been deactivated since 1944, so we've left them still. But we'll get them. We'll get them. But unfortunately, with a few things that were going on in 1960, the 48th Fighter Wing found their new home here in Suffolk, in good old, usually grey but sometimes sunny England. That was on the 15th of January 1960. The 48th Tactical Fighter Wing moved to Lakenheath on the same year that the Beatles formed. The colour codes were the ones we know today, so the blue the 492nd, red the 494th, and yellow the 493rd. And I didn't do it numerically, but hey, there we go. In 1972, guess what happened? Derby County won the Football League. What a random thing to put in it. Also on that same year, the first ever F-15A takes his first flight. And also it was the same year that the Godfather movie actually aired to the screens. The F-100s of Lakenheath, they were... by the way, I forgot to mention that the F-100D Super Sabres were actually in that silver, like, chromey effect until the late 60s before they changed them to the camo, by the way. But in 1972, it was time for the F-100s to be replaced by the Phantoms. They had a temporary new tail code. They did have, with the F-100s, a different tail code system. They had LR, LS and LT. They had the letter L and a second letter for the squadron, bit like the World War II days to denominate the squadron. They scrapped that when they brought the Phantom. They actually had LK, but only until 8 months later, when it rolled over to 1973, they finally decided to change it to LN. And it's been LN since 1973. The Phantoms, these were used from the Vietnam War, but the actual inventory of the F4 was short-lived. In 1977, the Star Wars movie aired for the first time in cinemas, and the F-111 Aardvark was now here at Lakenheath. And guess what? We return and welcome back the 495th, but they were called the Thundervarks. That's right, Thundervarks was their nickname. And that was until 1991, ladies, gents, teddy bears. So some amazing history with the base, and I'll just finish off with that. So they had their traditional colours as well. April the 14th, 1986, RAF Lakenheath squadrons with their F-111 Aardvarks actually took part in the El Dorado Canyon raid over Libya. It was the longest combat mission in history at that time, 13.5 hours, 3,500 miles. In fact, I think the F-111 Aardvark is the second largest fighter jet ever made, I'm pretty sure. But there we go, so that was that. And then really, when we start to go into the 90s, it was time for a reorganisation. There was the Gulf War and a change in the title of the Tactical Fighter Wing. And in 1992, I think it was time to say goodbye to the F-111 Aardvark. The last one, I think it left in December 91, I think it was, but they redesignated as the Fighter Wing like we know today. So they dropped the title of Tactical, and the squadrons dropped that as well. So if you ever see TFW, 48th Tactical Fighter Wing, that's pretty old school. Or if you see TFS, Tactical Fighter Squadron, again, that's pretty old school. That all changed. And then, of course, February the 15th, this time in 1992 roughly, it was the F-15 Strike Eagle arrived here, and yeah, the 495th deactivated again, but they came back 30 years later. There was even in 1993, I think the Grim Reapers 493rd, they flew the F-15C and Ds here. But But there was in 2006 a helicopter squadron. That's right, the 56 Rescue Squadron with the HH-60, the Pavehawk, and the 57th Rescue Squadron were here as well. But they finally moved to Aviano as well a few years later. So there we go. And then, of course, December 2021, the 495th came back as the Valkyries. They were the 495th Fighter Squadron, and they made Lakenheath the first ever USAFE wing to have the F-35. You know how it is. So there we go. That brings it down to modern day, and I guess the 28th of February 2025, the Ted Coningsby channel is streaming live. You know how it is. I'm going to go and grab a cup of tea. You're right, man. I love days like this. It's pretty cool. They'll be back later on, and I would safely say that will be it. I'd say it was, especially on our show for departures. You never know though, it is the 48th. I'm going to go and grab a cup of tea. See ya. Oh, cup of tea time. Oh, where's my tea? Oh yeah, December 92 was the last flight, not 91. Sorry. Thanks a lot, White Wizard. Oh man, this tea's good. You alright, man?
Always. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, man.
I seem to, every time I come here, you seem to be here. It's good.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
It's entertainment. And
Thanks, man. Thank you. Appreciate that.
It's great.
Super glued the bolts in as well.
Oh, that's the original.
No, this is that cup.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, with the bolt cut out, so I just swap these over. Yeah, these are in the self-cut. So I unscrew them, put super glue in and screw them back in, and then super glue it over the top. So I can't unscrew. I'm not ordering another one.
What was that from cheap? AliExpress.
I think I really like it.
What?
I think my number plate there. What I took for up.
Oh wow. That's the one that come with the...
Yeah, but you can buy them.
Oh, wow.
But I'm glad I wired it up. I've wired it up to the
Yeah, not far off.
No.
Cheap steel.
Huh?
Is that cheap steel?
Right there.
That's pretty good fit.
Ladies and steady bears, it gives me great pleasure to show you a piece of Wellington Mark 10. Believe it looks like Hotel Zulu 414 of 419 Squadron. That was at one point at Mildenhall, but also served at, was operating at Eastmoor in Yorkshire. And sadly it did crash at Exeter in Devon, but the survivors, they all survived. But I'm going to show you this piece of Wellington, and it's quite fascinating. And I'll tell you what, we all know Ginger Bailey. This was the Wellington of his father, and they survived. All crew survived. Look at this, and that's just underneath the cockpit. This was the markings on the just underneath the cockpit, and it did catch fire. I think I've got that upside down, apologies. It was did catch fire, but they all crew, I believe, survived. How fascinating is that? And I was given the opportunity to be able to show that. Amazing, isn't it? Wellington Mark 10, and like I said, it's amazing that one of our fans that's here, his father served with 419 Squadron in the Wellington Mark 10, and sadly they crashed, but all crew survived. So this is fascinating, absolutely fascinating. So thank you, Julian, aka Ginger Bailey. How's Ginger these days? Amazing. I'll just put that back safely. Can't lose that.
Sometimes I come and there's no one in. In fact, loads of people are fairly decent size. Although they're tempting.
Yes, there was one left. I was like, right. There it is. One of those. Yeah.
You got your machine?
Oh yeah. Yes.
Huh? You are?
Yes, pretty cool. You're right there, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I was getting a bit concerned, obviously, about the 134.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Oh bless it. Come on, order now.
There we go. How's that?
Thank you very much for that, buddy. Cool.
That was really good. Thank
Yeah,
you.
no,
That's good. I couldn't believe there was one left. Does that?
Yeah, I think that was a good shout. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
I've still got 2 more to get though.
Ah.
Yeah, so I'll have to bung an order in.
Okay, mate. Yeah. No problem.
Do you think they're coming back shortly?
Yes.
The
I don't think they're far.
No.
No, I can just hear them. People's scanners in the background. Oh yeah, they're all getting ready. Look. Yeah, they're not far at all. In fact, there it is.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Yeah. I spoke too soon, didn't I?
It's always good though, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Just gonna get my camera.
First arrival of the day.
But they sort of expect you to stuff.
First thing they're done with
Nah, you will, right?
probably would.
You'll be like, so right, you stay there. I'll take you.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm going to do in my whole film. Just then story for training.
Where is it? Oh, you see,
The door's in like under my stairs.
yeah, we can't. Well,
Unless they've got the exact same. I'll put it on for a couple of hours. Yeah.
One's not set yet.
It was split, but it didn't go in the top.
Just come that one down. We're on the frame. No, it's right at the bottom on the right hand side. And it opens.
Right. Like, shoe level.
Yeah, right at the bottom. Probably like this one. With a big strip of wood and paint. I'm not going to repaint it. Oh, straight to the ready
Dry on it. Dry paint.
rather wait. That's why I went in the cave.
I remember when it's pissing it down, all the shells, you know, and fuel clubs. I'll put them underneath. Yeah, it works somewhat. You might do that.
Just acceleration.
No. Plastic glove inside. Yeah. You just got to be careful and it stays on the glove.
guns on their hips. Certainly not.
What, okay?
When he was delivering the material.
And I'll get that framed and we'll auction that for charity, ladies and gentlemen. That's drawn by Red Ted, the artiste.
Not you, the truck. I was searching the truck. I was coming into.
So we've had one arrival so far, so plenty more to come.
Oh, that one.
Oh, I didn't know Red Ted had skills like that. Red Ted's gonna have another go, I think. Good old Red Ted then. Pretty good Red Ted. I like that. I think Red Ted should draw Tom Cruise, I reckon. What do you reckon? Do you want to draw Tom Cruise Red Ted? I don't know how that's going to go. Red Ted said he's going to try and draw Tom Cruise. I need to adjust that, Red Ted. How are you going to draw Tom Cruise? You're going to be alright drawing this, Red Ted? Okay, I don't know what's going on here, but he's drawing Tom Cruise. Is this Tom Cruise, Red Ted? Yeah. Okay, mate. Okay. Yeah, this is looking good. Looks a bit like David Beckham, actually, Red Ted. No. Ladies, gents, teddy bears. Well, apparently that's Tom Cruise from Red Ted. Well, it looks a bit. Actually, it looks a bit like Ben Stiller. To be honest, Red Ted, that's pretty good, mate. Okay, here they come. down there now, but no worries, no worries. I'll tell you what, would have been good if they were using 05 today, but no problem.
Grab up
Oh, nice. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
when you get a chance.
Yeah. I did show the piece of Wellington. Was that from 419 or another squad?
429.
Oh, it was 429. Right, okay. I did say 419. Was that from Eastmoor?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I got that bit right. Okay, cool.
No worries.
429. I'll so ladies, gents, teddy bears, the piece of Wellington that I showed you is actually 429 squadron, but I did get the base right. Well, this looks good.
Yeah, the model S is the certain years.
Thank you. flapping going on. Beautiful.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the F-15s, yeah, 5, yeah. So 4 of us through there, and then 4 over there. So there's 8 of them, so that's good.
One.
What's this the last 2? One got grounded.
It's right over there,
Yeah, and there was 135 on it.
Kind of climbing as well, so yeah, as well. They do work really good.
He's a bit
Really sharp right in the sun there. Valkyries are in a class of their own, and they will constantly train and practice all scenarios again and again. This is a series of low approaches coming up. So there could be a sudden emergency on the runway, maybe an aircraft landed and tyre burst and this was coming into land. What do? Well, the more you train for that scenario, that when the real life scenario kicks in, it will just become second nature. It's something that, don't forget, they've already done in their training stages before getting their wings, so to speak. Silhouette as well. I'll just let that just disappear off the screen then.
Simple terms.
Start that last one.
now. The sun there, I wouldn't want to explain it to Max. Put the dent on it.
That's a F-15 Strike Eagle in the background. Just
No phone calls, thank
looks
God.
like it's doing a possibly an approach or using the TACAN over at Mildenhall or something like that. It's quite high up. It's over Mildenhall at the moment.
No, that's not.
Hello Owen, glad you're enjoying the stream. Johnny B, how you doing? Andrew C, Alex Raven, how's it going?
Is it June? July. July. Yeah. Coming up.
It's on that one. The lightning, it's just such a small village. Half of the lightning.
Shot about 6 or 3. Oh yeah, we went to fly in the Maldives, that's right. How long were we in the car for? Hour and a half.
Did you go to the back of the car?
You should have seen it before.
The thing is, they're more than not.
Yeah.
It's like any other thing.
Because we knew what we were getting into, so we just went in the car and sat, you know, just chill.
You know what I mean?
Made sure we got the toilet in that
I'd
beforehand.
rather them cut in and then it was drying off and go in.
There was somebody, there was like a, you go through the base, almost, it's like a T-junction, and somebody like tech cars there. He's like, stop, keep going.
He's only a steward.
Yeah.
Throw him over.
I'm just going to go out like
Yeah, see you. And you, take care.
Oh yeah, step side.
He's been doing some drawing. That's loving. Red Ted, you right there, mate? You finished your drawing? That's all good, mate. Oh! Oh dear, Red Ted. You got to be careful with that, mate. Oh dear.
Oh, there was one of those trucks that was flying from there. Like, so I thought that was the other night. Took towards them in like the height of the sun. So there was no way to see them. So. Yeah, it's radio there.
Managed to get that in time, like that shot. So just coming up to 1400 local here in the UK. Hope you're all enjoying it. It's been certainly a great day. Probably one of our longer streams on Fridays here at Lakenheath.
Okay, thanks very much. Andrew, bye-bye. What do you think so? I'll tell him that. Well, I make mine give him learning, right?
That's why it doesn't move when you go by. Coming back, or is it?
Just for the overall. Yeah. New ones. Come up with your kit.
Stop flying, we just heading over there. Be nice to see an Osprey in the daytime.
Margot, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. A Guards March to you. Ange Baker, thank you very much for 17 months membership. Guards March, thank you very much. And congratulations to Tony Rivers. I don't like blue emblems. Yellow and green hearts required. Nice one. Thank you very much and congratulations for reaching 12 months. Nice one. Dieter Gikeri, keep up the great streaming TCS. Thank you very much for the super chat. And thanks for sending in your jacket with the Ted Coningsby's PVC patch all the way from Belgium. Righty72, a big thank you to our amigo Dan for this morning. Guards March, thank you for the super chat. Michael Saltzman, Guards March, thank you for the super chat as well. Mark Moody, thank you very much. You, Claire and Ted's have a great holiday, mate. Take a detour to Middle Wallop on the way down or back and catch that horser. Safe trip. Thank you very much. Don't put ideas in my head, Mark. Chili Beef member for 8 months. Thank you very much. Lovely day for a lovely stream. Love it. Thank you very much. We Stevie Boy, high five and a Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. And we Stevie Boy again, high five And a Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. And another Guards March to Wee Sleevy Boy. Thank you very much for another Ted Coningsby gifted membership. Jenny B, thank you very much for the super sticker, Guards March. Margot Baxter, thank you very much also for the super sticker, Guards March. And Doug Ross as well, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Seattle Coffee, thank you for being a member for 2 months. Shout out to Stephen Ainsworth, 23-month membership. Got myself a Fweet key ring. Oh yeah, oh nice one, Stephen. Dieter Gikeri for a great drawing, man. We should all meet up together to share some artworks. Nice, thanks a lot, Dieter. Guards March. Captain A for Nikos Ted Clairbat for an ice cream or hot chocolate while on holiday next week. Have a great and well-deserved holiday, boss. Thank you very much, Captain A, for that. That's very nice of you. Laser Tech 02, high five. Thank you very much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Guards March for that. And Daniel Walker as well, and a high five. And a Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Welcome, welcome, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Hope you're all good and feeling well. And what a great way to finish up the week and go into our weekend here at RAF Lakenheath.
Every time I'm struggling with something, it comes over and helps me. Anytime I need to borrow a tool, straight on the phone. It's a good guy. He works through GF, is that the courses? I don't know how it works because he was on his own before he had his own garage. He must have got us thinking for that. Well, there's companies already filling out with electric there.
Yeah, they do. I think the way it is, hydrogen is going to be the next car, but BMW are working on that. Hydrogen, if you look at hydrogen, specifics of that particular combustion side of things, you've got a range of issues. You've got to be something small into a car, and it's not cool if you're on the I talked to a guy last night, he's got the EQC, so the electric, 200 miles electric.
That's why Tesla.
Well, I might just go and grab a quick cuppa. Be right back.
Increase the range in one of the cars to 400 and something, but because what you need to understand is where the conditions today you're going to get a good charge rate because it's fuel. As soon as it drops cold, the battery packs. They don't charge the battery.
Tell Elon to make a proper looking car. Sales go through the roof. That's what I don't like about electric cars. They look too electric.
More focus on concept.
Take my Jeep Cherokee that I've got and make it electric. You know what I mean? Big brick with a battery.
It's like the Model X with the Falcon doors.
Yeah.
I hate that. Well, that's a guy, right? Yeah, you come out here, whatever, and the doors are closing, and it's coming down like that. The roof glass was sitting proud. That's not a problem. That's not I don't have to assess it. So it needs to come to the workshop. Oh, can't we do it here? No, so take it off and strip it. Because I went out to a guy, right, if you did it within rugby. We had an MCU2, so transition from MCU to MCU2 up across the 2.5 days. I had to go out to the car, to get the Wi-Fi phone. I didn't do the multi-chat, so I could change down. Oh, I couldn't tell him that. Down there, I was dropping down, I was stripping down the MCU, and then I said the Model X.
I know. Jesus.
It's very cold, isn't it? That's why I'm putting the jacket on. Lovely glasses, by the way. Very cool.
I've had that for ages. They're fucking great. You put them on the polarizer.
Ones into like big snap. Dark ideal.
These were like cheapest sets found at a service station that outlasted everything.
I have a case if I buy really expensive ones, I sit on them.
Yeah.
So I've learned the lesson out by £5 one. They do the job.
Yeah. Yeah, we see for that. More respect for that.
Sitting on the menu now.
Probably what I left. Cut a hole in the seat.
Do you remember you wanted to cut the old age,
So I got bad news. No good. No good.
Can you check my car, make sure it's still alive? No big scratch down the side of it.
The burger van over back into it.
He has. You're reversing into something. Just killed a bunch of clothes.
How you doing?
Hey, how you doing? All right.
Getting there.
Good.
Changed today.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, it's all good. All good. Enjoying it?
Yeah, at least the weather's picked up.
Oh yeah, it has.
Came down on Wednesday.
Oh yeah, I scrapped. Yeah, I didn't come out on Wednesday. I stayed in. And it was nasty.
Oddington was good yesterday, though.
Yes, it was. It was. It was very good.
Chilly, but
Yeah. Oh yeah. To the last sort of hour of the stream, I think. Just waiting for the last few. But don't forget, if we do finish, it doesn't mean it's all done. You just never know with military aviation. If you've got a radio or scanner, just check the ATIS. That'll give you an idea if the aerodrome's still open.
Because I've got a few symptoms which you don't like the look of. He said, but there's perhaps nothing. But I need to just get an X-ray on the neck and make sure one of the arteries ain't being pinched in the vertebrae. So he said, need to do that before we do it. He said it could, if not, that could be done. So we
Elizabeth, thank you very much.
Someone put the backside of the steering wheel, the plane there, nothing. So, come on, gentlemen. Heart attack, goes in the hospital. This is heart attack. Oh, yes, he had a heart attack. Comes out, he's fine. Then you start again. You start getting cold.
That's cheap. Yeah. Oh.
It's 12 o'clock high. Wow, that's pretty high, and 12 o'clock-ish. It's now 1 o'clock high. Teddy Bears, Alan Burden, Robert Owen, Dave Holloway, how's it going? Hope we're all good. Chris Bloxham, Simon Montron, Davey T. How are we all doing? I hope we're all good. And it was a nice little surprise this morning to have the fast taxi. That was really cool. Really enjoyed that. Something a little bit different. Just waiting for the last of the arrivals for today. Okay. I'm going to wait for that. That is pretty high up. And a backbreaker. What we got here? 5 ships.
Oh, look at that.
moment. What a day we've had. whether you like this aircraft or not, you know, I know the F-35 is everyone's favourite, but when you say that, please don't ever take that away from the pilot, because the skills from these pilots that fly these are absolutely out of this world. absolutely gold dusted salmon, Orkney smoked, with a bit of gold dust and caviar thrown in, smooth.
I will be. Yeah.
Absolutely, that was ace.
It's been sort of varied for the last 6 to 8 weeks really since I've been here.
You go on their Facebook page too. Lakenheath's got one, there's also one for Mildenhall and one for Marham as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
They're all on there.
It's always the same,
And it
you go there,
kind of
nothing
says
happens.
doesn't give you exactly.
So I just wanted to see what it was about.
Yeah, you can go on, there's 4 or 5 different groups on Facebook you can have a look at, and if you just tell me.
So a lot of people just stop on the road.
Oh yeah. There's a couple of hundred people. All the road
down here early,
all that road, and you're like, well, half term, wasn't it?
Absolutely perfect. Like I said, you know, regardless of what you like, what you don't like, you cannot take away the skills involved from these absolutely fantastic airmen. Absolutely amazing.
Good luck, mate.
All right, mate. Safe journey, yeah? See you next
Amazing.
week.
Really top notch. It was perfection. It was really good. Tight formation. That's what it's all about. Look at this. Look at it. The Ted can going on there.
Is there an afternoon job going on or not?
There you go, see, feelings really. Man in the know.
Coming in there about 3:30, 4 o'clock. I'm done for the weekend.
Well, the time is now 43, unless they've had an early one.
The one that flew across there.
Unless it
They're flying Saturday to
Mildenhall?
Saturday.
And then,
That's a weekend off, is it?
don't know.
Mildenhall.
Don't know. Yeah, there was one that went over there, wasn't there?
You know,
No, I'm up Bedfordshire, Luton.
yeah, I know.
Yeah, well, I'm round the corner from that airport every night.
Yeah, mine for the Bedford Road.
I've been
Oh,
out for like, that's one
I didn't know how close it was, to be fair. I was telling the lad when Google it and kept the mileage.
Good day. Oh, that was brilliant, that. Both days. That was really
Down the
good.
M25, M11, cut across.
They put it on PFO
Took a long way.
Brilliant. Really good.
I go up the A1, towards the A1, George Royston, that way, that way.
I don't.
Where did you go then?
I go along the A11 into the A14, pick up the 505, go past Dunsford and into Letchworth Hitchin.
Oh, that's the way you go in.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Hardly go on the Saturday. I think we'll probably drive home now and try and go. But the other night I turned left and then go down towards the Stansted. God knows why I decided to turn left. And then they closed it. And then I got to the top of the roundabout, Stansted near the airport. What do I do? Just my turn and go back on the M11 round back to Colchester. What? I think the O2 should be fun.
Roger Payne, 16-month member. Enjoy your week off, matey. Thank you very much. Guards March. Thank you for that. And Daniel Walker, here's to amigos on tour now. We are 4. We'll all be green by RIA. Oh yeah. Thank you very much. Guards March. Aaron R celebrating 7 months. Another brilliant week for the TCS. And Yi de Wa. Oh goodness me. I'm sorry about this. Let me try and get this. Yi de Wasineya. Guards March. I hope I pronounced that right. Guards March. Sorry about that. And Margot Baxter, have a good weekend everyone. Safe journeys, wonderful dinners and great times. Guards March, thank you very much. Paul Briggs, member for 4 months. Please wish Claire Bear a happy birthday for Thursday. I was at Chatsworth for my 50th in 2010 when the Red Arrows put on a full display. That sounds good. And Thomas Perry as well, Guards March. Cheers to Nikos crew and all the great contributors here. Fantastic stuff always. Salute, thank you very much, and a Guards March, thank you. Thanks Liam Pepper for sending a photo of me earlier with doing the with Red Ted doing a portrait. Thank you very much as always. Thank you everyone. How are we all doing? How we're feeling? Noxie can see you on here as well. Andrew Heatley, Alan Burden, G Van Pulliam, Simon Wattles, Stu Footer, Robert Owen, how's it going? Hope we're all good. Edward Coates, the returning Jets have been putting on a great demonstration of approaches. Thank you, F-15 and F-35, plus RAPCON. Oh, absolutely. Cannot forget RAPCON, because they are the radar approach control in the control tower, managing not only Lakenheath, but also Mildenhall as well. So, ladies, gents and teddy bears, it's time to go into the weekend. Why not? Well, what a day. Ted, I'll just take that before you poke me in the eye with it, mate. So there we go, ladies, gents and teddy bears. A day of a blue sky, and I've got my hair out for once, which doesn't quite fit on the screen now. It's grown a little bit, but never mind. Ted's just shaking his head. I know, Ted. We've got a holiday next week. So RAF Lakenheath 48 Fighter Wing, salute to all of you. Thank you so much for what you do. Ready to own the skies, and certainly has been absolutely cracking. So I hope you all enjoyed it, our fans as well. I wish you all the best weekend ever. I hope you all enjoy it and have a great time as well, whatever it is that you may be doing. So that's it then, Ted. Well, my name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, and you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Lakenheath. So for the last time for the week, it's see you soon. Wish you well. That's it. I just kind of stayed with that. I just went with it and just stayed with it. Oh dear, I don't know where that came from, but it's obviously got its story from somewhere. Ted, let's go, mate. Ted, I got salmon. Like, oh dear. Oh no, Berry recovery team. Right on the last bit. Thanks, man. Right, let's hit the button, Ted. We're still, oh hang on, we're still connected. Could have been a disaster. Let's hit the button, Ted.
No, it's slick end.
For some reason,
Yeah, the Berry lasted all day. Still there.
Chuck Berry.
I know, right on the end. Hello. Oh yeah, ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Ah, yeah.
Fighter Golf India, Brian 31,